Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Fading World, Neighborhood's Dying Perception. The first thing I noticed was the color of the sky. I had lived in this neighborhood for nearly 15 years, long enough to notice every change, every small shift in air or sound. The late afternoon breeze carried the faint scent of freshly cut grass mixed with the lingering sweetness of honeysuckle, but beneath that was something faintly metallic, almost like the tang of pennies left out in the rain. I wrinkled my nose, trying to pinpoint it, but it slipped away, like a half-remembered dream. Turning back toward the house, I caught the low hum of the air conditioner straining against the heat, a mechanical drone that usually faded into the background but now nagged at the edges of my awareness. I blinked. The front porch light flickered once, briefly, casting a jittery shadow across the weathered wooden planks. Odd, I thought. It hadn't done that in years. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, unlocking the screen with a thumb that suddenly felt clammy despite the warmth. A message from Mrs. Caldwell, my neighbor across the street. She wasn't one to text much, usually preferring to chat over the fence or wave from her garden, so I opened it without hesitation. Am I the only one hearing the strange noises, or is it just me? The birds sound wrong, like they're off-key. I stared at the words, then glanced up and down the street. The usual chorus of chirps and tweets was there, sure, but now that I listened, the sound seemed slightly jagged, as if someone had slowed down a recording and stretched the notes out unevenly. It was unsettling, like a lullaby played on a broken music box. I typed back quickly. I thought it was just me. The sky looks weird today too, like someone turned down the saturation. The reply came almost immediately. Exactly. And the colors in my garden looked dull, almost sickly. I'm starting to worry. A shiver ran down my spine, although the air was thick and sticky with humidity. Was it the weather? Pollution? I wanted to dismiss it all as a passing glitch, but the way Mrs. Caldwell wrote made me hesitate. She was the calmest person I knew, rarely prone to alarm. I decided to take a walk. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet for a Saturday afternoon. Normally, kids would be kicking soccer balls in the park or riding bikes down the cul-de-sac. Today, the street felt hollow, as if everyone had slipped inside and locked their doors. The crackling leaves underfoot sounded sharper than usual, but the distant hum of traffic was strangely subdued, muffled like it was underwater. Passing by Mr. Jenkins's house, I saw him on his porch, rocking slowly in his chair. He caught my eye and gave a weak nod. His face was paler than I remembered, and the usual sparkle in his eyes was replaced by a dull, tired look. I waved and called out, "Hey, Mr. Jenkins. You all right?" He blinked, then forced a smile. "Fine, son. Just a bit under the weather." His voice was hoarse, almost strained. I hesitated. "You don't sound so good." "Old man's cough," he said, waving me off. Nothing to worry about. But I did worry. His house, like several others on the block, had a faint, acrid smell hanging around it, something chemical, sharp and unpleasant. I couldn't place it exactly, but it had a sticky quality, like burnt plastic mixed with something sour and metallic. As I moved along, I noticed the streetlights flickering on earlier than usual. The sun was still high, but the orange glow coated everything in a surreal, tired light. It gave the neighborhood an eerie half-awake feeling, as if the world were trying to trick me into thinking night was coming sooner than it should. I stopped by the community mailbox cluster, where a couple of neighbors had gathered, Mrs. Patel, who always wore bright saris, and Mr. Lopez, whose garden was the envy of the street. They were leaning in close, voices low. "It's the colors, isn't it?" Mrs. Patel said, her brow furrowed. "My tulips look like they're fading from the inside out." Mr. Lopez nodded. "And the sounds. I heard the dogs barking this morning, but it was different. Like they were underwater or something." I frowned. "You mean like the birds?" "Exactly. Everyone's saying the same thing," Mrs. Patel said. "But no one outside the neighborhood notices." I felt a tightening in my chest, a creeping sense of isolation. How could something so obvious to us be invisible to everyone else? Was it just a shared hallucination? Collective paranoia? "We should tell someone," I said, but my voice sounded small, swallowed by the heavy air. Mrs. Patel shook her head. "Who? The town? They think we're crazy." "Maybe we are," Mr. Lopez muttered, his gaze dropping to the ground. I left them there, unease settling like a cold stone in my stomach. The neighborhood had always felt safe, predictable. Now, it was as if we were all living under a thin veil, one that made the world blur and twist just enough to confuse us. And beneath it all, I suspected something else was creeping in, something no one wanted to admit. Back at my house, I stood in the kitchen, the linoleum floor cold and sticky beneath my feet. The hum from the fridge sounded louder than usual, almost like a low growl. I opened the window to let in fresh air, but instead of the usual blend of grass and earth, a faint chemical odor drifted in, subtle but unmistakable. I pressed my palm to the glass, feeling the cool smoothness, and stared out at the street where the street lamp's flickering light cast long, trembling shadows. Maybe I was losing my mind. But then why did everyone else see it too? The colors bleeding out, the sounds warping, the air tasting metallic and strange? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was poisoning us, not just physically, but mentally. Eating away at the edges of what we trusted, what we saw, what we heard. And that was the hardest thing to admit. Because if you can't trust your senses, what can you trust? The next morning, the kitchen smelled different. The faint chemical scent I'd noticed the night before lingered, but now it was sharper, like burnt plastic mixed with something sour, maybe vinegar left out too long. I pinched my nose and opened the window wider, hoping for fresh air, but the neighborhood street was still cloaked in that heavy, unsettling quiet, like the world had been muffled overnight. Even the usual jangle of mail in the box was missing. I was sitting at the breakfast table, tracing circles in the condensation on my mug when Maggie knocked on the door. I didn't hear her approach until the knock came again, louder, more insistent. Her voice was hushed when she slipped inside. "You still up?" she asked, glancing around as if the house might be listening. "I'm here," I said, not bothering to hide the weariness in my voice. The coffee was bitter, too bitter, like the grounds had been left sitting in the pot all night. She shut the door behind her, the click sounding too loud in the quiet. Maggie's usually bright eyes were dull, shadowed with that same unease I'd seen in the other neighbors lately. "We need to talk," she said, dropping her bag on the floor with a thud. "I talked to Mr. Patel this morning. You know, the guy who runs the hardware store?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. "He said the colors have been off for weeks. Not just here, but a few blocks over too. People are seeing the same thing, the blue of the sky, the green of trees, even the way sounds stretch out or get clipped. Like everything's been stretched thin." I rubbed my forehead, trying to shake off the dull ache that had settled there. I thought it was just me. Or maybe I was imagining things. Maggie shook her head. "No, you're not. And it's not just the colors or sounds. Mr. Patel said his throat's been scratchy, and he's been coughing more. Same with his wife. Their dog's been restless at night. The dog. I remembered hearing that low growl again last night from my fridge, but maybe it was something else, something outside, hidden beneath the hum of appliances and streetlights. Do you think it's something in the air? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Could be, she said, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from her bag. Here. Look at this. I took it, unfolding it carefully. It was a printout from the county health department website, reports of increased respiratory issues, headaches, and eye irritation in our area. Nothing definitive, just numbers and charts, but the trends were there. Steady increases over the last 2 months. Maybe it's pollution, I said, but the factory near the edge of town had been closed for years. Or some kind of chemical spill. Maggie bit her lip. I called the city office yesterday. They said nothing's been reported. She looked away, then back. But I don't believe them. Her words hung between us like a fog. I still can't explain it. No reports. No warnings. Just this creeping sickness spreading quietly under the surface. I spent the rest of the morning walking the neighborhood with Maggie, notebook in hand. We stopped at every house, talking to people who'd been mentioning the same strange shifts, colors that didn't quite match, sounds that echoed weirdly, an odd metallic taste lingering in their mouths after drinking water. Mrs. Hargrove, down the street, told me her roses had lost their vibrant reds, turning a dull, lifeless pink. It's like the life's been sucked out of them, she said, pressing a hand to her cheek, which looked flushed and dry. Mr. Jenkins, who lived across the street, mentioned a buzzing sound in his ears he couldn't shake, and how the sunlight felt harsher, more piercing even through the curtains. We scribbled every detail, but no one had any answers. The local clinic said it was allergies, stress, maybe seasonal changes, but everyone knew this felt different. More insidious. By midday, the sky was a pale, washed-out blue, not the crisp, bright color I remembered from childhood summers. It almost hurt to look at. Maggie and I stood outside her house, both quiet, staring up, the unease settling deeper. I don't think this is natural, I said finally. Not the way it's spreading. Maggie nodded. Neither do I. But who's behind it? And why? That question echoed in my mind the whole afternoon. If this was an environmental toxin, it had to come from somewhere. But what? Nothing new had arrived, no construction, no new factories, no chemical plants. Yet the neighborhood smelled wrong, the air thick and dry, like the whole block was trapped under a glass dome. I tried calling the local environmental agency, but the line was busy all day. Later, someone answered, but the voice was clipped and distant, like they wanted to avoid the conversation. Sorry, we have no reports of contamination. Please check back later. I hung up, a cold knot forming in my stomach. That evening, I met with Tom, my next-door neighbor, who'd been a chemist before the layoffs. I showed him the symptoms, the altered colors, the sounds, the strange tastes. His eyes narrowed as he listened, fingers tapping against the table. Could be a neurotoxin, he said finally. Something that affects the nervous system, altering perception. It's subtle, so people don't realize it's happening until it's too late. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. But where would it come from? And why hasn't anyone else noticed? Tom shrugged. If it's a slow leak, low levels, it could go unnoticed. Maybe from old underground pipes, or illegal dumping somewhere nearby. His words made the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, feel colder. I looked out the window and noticed the street lamp flickering again, casting uneven shadows. The light had a strange tint to it now, off-white, almost sickly. Do you think it's safe to stay here? I asked. Tom didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was low. I don't know. But we need to find out what this is before it gets worse. That night, sleep was impossible. The house felt too quiet, the silence pressing in on me like a weight. I kept hearing the fridge's low growl, the distant hum of something hidden just beyond the edge of hearing. I opened the window again. The air was thick and stale, carrying the faint chemical smell that had become a constant companion. I pressed my palm against the cool glass, staring out at the street. The colors bled together in a way they never should. The shadows moved just a little too long. The hum under it all was growing louder. And beneath that hum, I realized something else was lurking. Something that didn't want us to remember what normal felt like. Something we couldn't trust. The question wasn't if this was poisoning us anymore. It was how far it had already taken hold, and whether we could stop it before it was too late. I lay awake, the ceiling light casting that same sickly off-white glow, and the hum under everything like a secret pulse. I couldn't stop thinking about what Tom said, about needing to find out what this was before it got worse. But that night, the line between worse and better blurred into something I couldn't pin down. By morning, the house felt smaller. The stale air had thickened overnight, the faint chemical scent was sharper, like burnt plastic or overheated wires. I rubbed my eyes and stared out the window. The street looked off, not just the colors, which had always been too soft, too washed out lately, but the sounds too. The usual morning chorus of birds was missing, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible buzzing. A distant dog barked once, but it sounded hollow, like a recording played back at the wrong speed. I pulled on my shoes and headed out, the cracked pavement rough underfoot. On my way to Tom's place, I passed Mrs. Keller's garden. Her marigolds, which last week had been bright orange, now looked faded, like they'd been bleached by time. She was outside, kneeling in the dirt, her hands trembling as she touched the petals. "Morning," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked up, eyes glassy. "Do you see it?" Her voice was thin, brittle, like a dry leaf. "See what?" I asked, though I already knew. "The colors. The way everything's wrong. Like the world's been painted over with a dirty brush." "I know." I crouched beside her. "Have you told anyone?" She shook her head. "They think I'm imagining things. My son said it's stress. But I've never seen the sky look so sick." I nodded, feeling the truth settle heavier inside me. We weren't alone. But that didn't make it any easier. At Tom's house, the front door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The air was warmer here, but thick, like breathing through a damp cloth. Tom sat at the kitchen table, papers and notebooks spread out, his eyes red-rimmed. "I've been digging," he said without looking up. "There's something in the water. Not just here, but in the whole area. Tests from the old reservoir elevated levels of some chemical compound. Not listed as hazardous, but it messes with the nervous system. Subtle. Slow." My stomach clenched. "Like what? What does it do?" He tapped a page. "Distorts perception. Changes how you see and hear things. Causes memory lapses, confusion, irritability. Basically, it rewires your senses without you realizing it." I swallowed hard. "So the shifts we're noticing, the colors, the sounds, that's the toxin?" Tom nodded grimly. "Exactly. And the worst part? It builds up over time. Can't just flush it out. The damage becomes permanent." I ran a shaky hand through my hair. "Then leaving. Leaving won't help." "We can't escape it," he said flatly. "The reservoir supplies water for miles. The whole county. I paced the room, the hum in my ears growing louder. The walls seemed to breathe, the plaster rough under my fingertips. I wanted to scream, to break something, but all I could do was sit down and feel the weight settle. Have you told anyone else? I asked. No. Not officially. I'm working on samples to confirm it. But people are already turning on each other. Paranoia is spreading. Neighbors accusing neighbors of exaggerating or hiding symptoms. It's like the toxin isn't just messing with senses, it's fracturing trust. That hit me harder than I expected. Our shared experience was supposed to bring us together, but instead, it was pulling us apart, cutting deep lines of suspicion and fear. I thought about Mrs. Keller, her trembling hands in the garden. About Tom, eyes red from sleepless nights. About me, standing on this precipice, knowing there was no turning back. We have to tell people, I said finally. If this keeps spreading, if it goes unchecked. Tom's voice was quiet but firm. We don't have time. If we make this public without solid proof, they'll shut us down. The water company, the local government, none of them want to panic. I bit my lip. So what? We just wait. Watch everyone slip further into this haze. He shrugged. No. We find a way to expose it. But carefully. Strategically. A sudden noise startled me, a tapping from the window. I turned sharply. Outside, a man stood on the sidewalk, watching the house. His face was hard to make out through the grimy glass, but something about him felt off. Unfamiliar. Did you see that? I asked, voice low. Tom looked over. Probably just someone passing by. No, I said, gripping the edge of the table. He was watching us. Tom's jaw tightened. Maybe. Or maybe it's nothing. But I knew better. The feeling in my gut was sharp and cold. The neighborhood was already fraying, and now someone was paying attention in a way that didn't feel casual. The idea that somebody with their own agenda might be monitoring us, maybe even trying to control the narrative, sent a shiver down my spine. I glanced back out the window. The man was gone. The colors outside had faded further, the sky a dull gray, the hum louder still. There was no going back. We were caught in something bigger than any of us had imagined. A slow, creeping poison not just in the water, but in the air between us, infecting not only our senses, but our ability to trust. I stood, the floor cold beneath my feet, and made a decision. If we were going to fight this, we couldn't do it alone. We had to find others, those who saw the truth, and who were willing to risk everything to stop it. But even as the thought formed, a sudden doubt gnawed at me. How do you fight an enemy that hides behind your own eyes? That twists what you see and hear until you question your own mind. Outside, the wind stirred the dead leaves, and the streetlight flickered, casting long shadows that didn't quite match up with their owners. The slow poison was winning, and I was running out of time. The streetlight outside flickered again, the bulb sputtering like it was breathing unevenly. I wanted to close the curtains, shut out the world, but there was no escaping it. Not anymore. The man was gone, vanished as quickly as he appeared, but his presence lingered. A reminder that we weren't alone in this, someone else was watching, waiting. Maybe even orchestrating. I pulled on my coat, the fabric rough against my skin, and stepped outside. The night air was damp, heavy with the scent of wet earth and something metallic beneath it, a faint, sharp tang that made my tongue catch. Leaves crunched underfoot, brittle and dry despite the moisture. The street was deserted, but the feeling of eyes on me was unmistakable. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see that same figure lurking in the shadows. Down the block, Mrs. Langley's porch light flickered erratically. It cast a sickly yellow glow over her carefully manicured lawn. She called me yesterday, voice trembling, describing the same color shifts and strange sounds. She said her garden didn't look right anymore, colors dulling, the bees absent. I told her I'd check on the water again, but now I wondered if it was something worse. I crossed the street, boots scraping the cracked pavement. The hum grew louder, vibrating through the soles of my feet. I could taste it, a faint bitterness on my tongue, like swallowing rust. I stopped beneath a street lamp that buzzed inconsistently, its light strobing in bursts. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the warmth of my coat. A figure stepped out from behind a parked car. I flinched, heart thudding. It was Tom, the guy from 2 houses down, his face pale and drawn. His eyes darted nervously, lips pressed into a tight line. "You saw him too," Tom whispered, voice hoarse. I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah. We need to talk. Away from here." The urgency in his tone sent a jolt through me. He glanced around, then pulled me toward a narrow alley between 2 buildings. The alley reeked of damp concrete and something sour, like spoiled milk left out too long. The walls closed in, rough bricks scraping my fingertips as I steadied myself. Tom's hands trembled as he fished in his pocket, pulling out a small, crumpled notebook. "I've been keeping track," he said, voice barely audible over the hum. "Not just what we see or hear, but the patterns. Times of day when the shifts are worse. Places where the air feels thickest." He flipped the notebook open. The pages were covered in scribbled notes and hastily drawn graphs, lines looping erratically. "It's not random. It's deliberate. Someone's controlling it." I swallowed, the metallic taste thickening. "Who?" Tom shook his head. "That's the thing. I don't know. But it's spreading. Faster now." A sudden noise made us both jump, a door creaking open at the far end of the alley. We froze, backs pressed against the cold brick. The smell intensified, a wave of something chemical and sharp that made my eyes water. "Go," Tom urged, voice urgent. "Before they see us." We slipped out the other side, hearts pounding. The street beyond was quieter, the hum fading just enough to let us breathe. But the unease clung to me like a second skin. Back in my kitchen, I poured a glass of water from the tap. The liquid looked clear, but when I brought it to my lips, it tasted off, metallic and bitter, like the air outside. I set the glass down, fingers trembling. I stared at the walls, the colors shifting subtly, warping the familiar into something sinister. The quiet in the house was thick, almost suffocating. I felt trapped, like the poison wasn't just in the environment but inside me now, twisting my senses, my thoughts. I needed answers. More than that, I needed allies. I grabbed my phone, scrolling through messages. No replies from anyone else who'd admitted seeing the changes. Had they already turned? Or were they too afraid to speak? Then a text popped up from an unknown number. "You're not alone. Meet me at the old mill. Midnight." A chill ran down my spine. The old mill was abandoned for years, a place kids dared each other to explore but never stayed long. Why would someone send me a message like this? Was it a trap? Or a lifeline? I hesitated, fingers hovering over the keypad. The hum outside reached a new pitch, a high, almost piercing note that made my teeth ache. I typed back, "Who is this?" No response. The clock ticked toward midnight. Every second felt heavier, like the poison was tightening its grip. I glanced out the window again. The fog had thickened, swallowing the streetlights whole. Shadows moved just beyond the reach of the glass, shifting in ways that didn't match the breeze or the flickering bulbs. I wasn't sure if I was ready for what waited at the mill. Maybe no one was. But I couldn't stay here, trapped by a creeping darkness that warped not just the world, but my own mind. I grabbed my coat and stepped into the night, the taste of rust lingering on my tongue, the chasing me down every street. There was no turning back now. The distant clang of metal echoed through the empty alleys, each step pulling me deeper into the unknown, where memories blurred and fears took shape. The night air was colder than I remembered, sharp against my skin as I moved toward the mill. No response. I leaned back against the cold metal door, my breath coming out in ragged puffs. The silence inside was oppressive, broken only by the distant drip of water somewhere deep within the mill's guts. I'd spent the last few days chasing fragments of a truth people around me were too afraid or too numb to face. The subtle shifts they'd all described, the colors dulling, the sounds warping, the strange disconnect between what we saw and what we felt were no hallucinations. The toxin had been here the whole time, invisible, insidious. And it had been changing us. I remembered Mrs. Calloway's vacant stare at the supermarket, the way her smile had slipped like a shadow. Tom next door, whose laughter had once filled the yard, now spoke in flat, uncertain tones. Even my own reflection had seemed off, as if the mirror was lying. The collective haze wasn't just in my head. It was stitched into the very air we breathed. Back then, I thought it was some sort of mass delusion. Now I wasn't so sure. There was something else, a force behind it all, that wanted us to doubt ourselves and each other. To fracture the fragile trust that had kept this neighborhood from unraveling completely. I slid my phone from my pocket, staring at the screen as the first pale light of dawn began to bleed through the fog. Messages from neighbors flickered in the inbox, their words echoing the same confusion and fear I'd felt. Colors don't match, sounds feel wrong, can't tell what's real anymore. Some were desperate, others resigned. A few were angry, blaming outsiders, the government, even each other. It was a slow poison, yes. But it was also a slow unraveling of the bonds we'd built. I closed my eyes, letting the cold seep into my bones, trying to steady the chaos in my mind. Somehow, I had to find a way to break through this haze. To make sense of what was left. The morning after, gray and uncertain, found me sitting in the community center, a place that had become our gathering point. The room smelled faintly of mildew and old coffee, the harsh fluorescent lights humming overhead. A small crowd had gathered, neighbors clutching cups of lukewarm tea, faces drawn but alert. I glanced around. Tom was there, his hands wrapped tightly around his mug. Mrs. Calloway sat near the back, her eyes sharper than before, but still haunted. "We need to talk," I said, voice rough from disuse. "About what's happening to us, to this place." Their eyes met mine, some with hope, others with suspicion. Trust was brittle now, stretched thin by weeks of whispered rumors and unspoken fears. I laid out what I'd found, samples from the mill, the water tests, the warnings from environmental experts I'd managed to contact. The toxin wasn't new. It had been leaking slowly from a forgotten chemical deposit beneath the industrial site. It was altering our senses, twisting perception just enough to keep us disoriented, confused, reluctant to act. "What if this is just in our heads?" someone asked, voice trembling. "How do we know we're not losing it?" I understood. I'd asked myself the same question too many times. But the tests were clear. The slow shifts in color, the muffled sounds, the creeping distrust, it was all real. And it was dangerous. Because when you can't trust what you see or hear, you can't trust the people around you either. A woman near the front raised her hand. "So, what do we do? How do we fix this?" I swallowed, feeling the weight of the question settle on my shoulders. There was no simple answer. The mill had to be shut down, the site cleaned up, but that was the work of agencies far beyond our reach. We could only try to protect ourselves in the meantime, We need to keep talking, I said. Stay connected. Share what we see, what we hear. If we isolate ourselves, the toxin wins. Tom nodded. Maybe we start with a watch. Look out for each other. The idea felt fragile, but necessary. A small resistance against the creeping fog in our minds. In the days that followed, the neighborhood shifted again, not because the poison had lifted, but because we refused to let it erase us. We met more often, exchanged stories and observations, helped each other with the little things that suddenly felt monumental. Mrs. Calloway started writing daily journals, something to anchor her thoughts. Tom organized walks to check on the elderly, to break the silence that threatened to swallow us whole. I found myself changing too. The sharp edge of doubt still lingered, but beneath it, a quiet resolve had taken root. I learned to question what I saw and heard, but not to surrender to it. To listen harder. To look closer. One afternoon, I stood outside my house, the sky a flat sheet of gray, when the hum returned lower now, almost like a breath. The colors around me still seemed off, the world slightly skewed, but the fear wasn't the same. It was tempered by something else. Acceptance, maybe. Or understanding. I thought about the nights I'd spent wandering these streets, chasing shadows and half-remembered truths. About the faces of my neighbors, flawed and frightened, but still reaching for something real. It struck me then how fragile trust really was, how easy it was to lose, and how much it took to rebuild. The toxin hadn't left. It couldn't, not yet. But we had found a way to exist alongside it. A kind of uneasy truce. I looked up at the sky, the muted colors shifting imperceptibly with the light. The world was still warped, still uncertain. But maybe that was the point. Maybe the real horror wasn't the poison itself, but what it could do to us if we let it isolate us completely. And we wouldn't. I turned back toward the street, the rough plaster of the mailbox cool beneath my fingertips. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, sharp and clear. The wind carried the scent of damp earth and something faintly sweet, new growth, I hoped. The slow unraveling was not over. But neither was the fight. I pulled my coat tighter around me and stepped forward, into the shifting gray light, ready to face whatever came next. Story 2, Frozen Cabin, Unraveling a Snowbound Reality. The snow was the first thing I noticed when I woke up. Not the usual gray dusting, but a thick, relentless blanket that pressed against the windows like a living thing. I blinked against the pale light filtering through the curtains, the air inside the cabin colder than I remembered it being before I went to bed. That biting chill settled deep in my bones, restless and uninvited. I sat up, rubbing the sleep crust from my eyes, and glanced around. The cabin was quiet, save for the faint crackling from the old wood stove, which I'd left smoldering low overnight. It was the only sound that made this place feel at least a little alive. Outside, the wind had been steady since yesterday, shaking the pine trees like a child shaking a rattle. I could hear it now, a low, mournful howl that seemed to seep through every crack in the walls. I rubbed my arms and pulled the blanket more tightly around my shoulders. The calendar on the wall told me it was mid-January, though the weather outside made it feel like the end of the world. The cabin, my refuge for the past 2 weeks, was nestled far in the woods where the roads were already impassable. I hadn't expected this much snow so early, but then again, I hadn't expected much of anything since I decided to come here, to get away from everything. I stood and stretched, the cold making my muscles stiff. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I walked toward the small kitchen. The scent of stale coffee lingered, and I grimaced. I tried to make a fresh pot last night but gave up halfway through, distracted by the growing storm outside. I opened the fridge, it hummed weakly, and found nothing but a carton of eggs and a jar of pickles. Not exactly gourmet breakfast. I poured myself a glass of water from the tap. It tasted flat, colder than usual. Something about it was off. Maybe it was just the cold. I took a sip, then another, then a slow breath, trying to shake the restless feeling pooling in my stomach. At the far end of the room, the bookshelf caught my eye. I'd arranged it myself, or so I thought. The books didn't match the order I was sure I'd placed them in. The spine of a novel I'd picked up last summer was missing entirely, vanished. Trust me, I was there. I frowned. How had I missed that? I could have sworn it was there yesterday. I moved closer, fingertips tracing the dusty edges. The light from the window, weak as it was, caught on something behind the books. A photograph, slipped between two volumes, crooked and faded. I pulled it out. It showed a man and a woman standing in front of a different cabin, one with a bright red door. I didn't recognize them. Had I ever seen this photo before? My mind scrambled for the memory but came up blank. I turned the photo over, hoping for a note or a date, but nothing. Just the rough texture of the paper and the faint imprint of fingerprints. I put it down gently and stared at the books again. The shelf now felt alien, like a stranger's living room I'd wandered into by mistake. The cabin had always been small, but cozy. The walls, covered in rough wooden paneling, held the scent of pine and old smoke. A few days ago, I'd spent hours cleaning and organizing. Or at least I thought I had. Now, the floorboards beneath the window on the east wall creaked differently. That window, had it always been there? I walked toward it, feeling the cold radiate from the glass. But as I stood there, I realized something was wrong. The window was smaller than I remembered. Not just smaller, but the frame was different, the latch missing, replaced by a simple nail hammered in at an odd angle. I turned my head sharply, scanning the room. The other windows looked the same, but that one, something had shifted. I touched the rough plaster beside the window frame. It felt uneven, as if it had been patched recently. I shouldn't be noticing these things. I should know the cabin better than anyone. This was supposed to be my sanctuary. The wind picked up again, rattling the panes. I stepped back, heart a bit tighter in my chest. There was a subtle crack in the silence, like a distant door closing somewhere in the house. My breath caught. I told myself it was nothing. The cabin was old. The walls moved. The wind played tricks on the ears. Still, I looked toward the hallway leading to the bedroom. Shadows clung to the corners, and I could swear the air smelled faintly of wood smoke, though the stove hadn't been lit for hours. I swallowed hard, shaking my head. I was imagining things. I wandered back toward the kitchen table. On it, a notebook lay open, its pages scribbled with my handwriting, or what I thought was mine. The ink was fresh. I flipped through it quickly. Notes about the weather, lists of supplies, reminders to check the generator. All normal. Yet one page caught my eye. A single line written in a different hand. Are you sure this is the right place? I looked around, the cabin suddenly too quiet again. The wind was gone. The snow had stopped falling. Silence. Complete silence. I called out, half hoping for an answer. Hello? My voice sounded strange to me, too loud in the confined space. No reply. I sat back down and tried to steady my thoughts. Maybe I was just tired. 2 weeks of isolation had a way of fraying nerves. I reminded myself why I came here, to rest, to think, to get away from the noise of the city and the chaos of my own mind. But as I stared out the window, at the endless white world pressing in, I realized I didn't know if I could trust what I was seeing anymore. The cabin seemed to shift beneath my gaze, like a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. Had I been here before? Was this really my refuge, or something else entirely? I shivered again, pulling my jacket tighter. Something was wrong. I just didn't know it yet. But I knew, deep down, that the calm was only the beginning. The next morning dawned with a pale, brittle light barely filtering through the frost-covered windows. I wrapped my thick sweater tighter around me and stood. The floorboards creaked beneath my boots, the sound sharper than usual in the quiet. The stale smell of wood smoke and damp earth clung to the air, but beneath it, something else lingered, a faint, sour tang that I couldn't place. I held my breath and moved toward the window, pushing aside the curtain. But the window wasn't there. I blinked. Twice. It felt like a trick of the light or a lapse in memory. The wall where the window had been, the one I had stared out of so often, was now a solid stretch of rough, knotty pine boards. No glass, no frost, no view of the snowbound forest pressing in like a mute sentinel. I stepped back sharply, my heart thudding. No window. That was impossible. I had been staring through it just last night, watching the snow fall and listening to the wind. I ran my fingers along the wall, the rough wood grain firm beneath my skin. No drafts. No cracks. Just a solid, unyielding barrier. What the hell? I muttered, voice cracking. I paced the room, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I dreamed the window. But no, I remembered the way the light had hit the glass, the way the ice had formed delicate patterns like frozen lace. I could still feel the cold from it, the way my fingertips had gone numb against the sill. I needed to check the other windows. I moved quickly, each step stirring the stale cabin air, my breath coming out in small clouds. The second window was intact, frost tracing spider webs across the glass. I peered out. It was the same endless white wilderness, the trees bowed under the weight of snow, everything eerily still. But now I was noticing other details, small but unnerving. The photographs pinned on the wall looked different. I stopped in front of the old collage of pictures, my eyes narrowing. Faces I had recognized yesterday, the woman with the bright smile, the dog sprawling on a sunlit porch, were now subtly altered. The woman's smile was less warm, almost forced. The dog looked thinner, its eyes dull instead of lively. I reached out, touching one photo. The paper felt brittle and aged, as if it had been there for decades rather than weeks. I was certain I had put those up myself, but that certainty was slipping through my fingers like dust. I sat down heavily in the worn armchair, feeling the rough fabric catch on my jeans. I needed to calm down, to think this through logically. 2 weeks alone in a cabin, cut off from everything. Maybe the isolation was playing tricks on me. Sleep deprivation. Stress. But then the phone. I hadn't thought about the phone. I walked over to the small wooden table in the corner and reached for it. It was an old rotary model, the kind you don't see much anymore. I lifted the receiver. Dead silence. No dial tone. The line was dead. I slammed the receiver down harder than I meant to. The cold would bit into my palm. I was trapped. No calls out. No calls in. And the cabin was shifting beneath my feet, changing, rewriting itself like some cruel joke. I stood and moved to the door, running my hand over the rough paint. It was locked from the inside, as it should be. I tried the knob, then the lock, then the frame. Solid. No way out until the snow melted or someone found me. The wind picked up outside, rattling the cabin like a warning. I pressed my forehead against the door, the cold seeping through to my skin. This wasn't just loneliness anymore. It was something else. Something that wanted to unravel me. I forced myself to breathe deeply, to listen. The silence was broken by a distant sound, a dog barking, low and mournful, somewhere beyond the trees. It didn't sound like the dog from the photograph, and yet my mind jumped to it anyway. I had no idea why. I went back to the kitchen and opened the cupboard, pulling out a jar of coffee grounds. The bitter smell filled the room as I boiled water on the little stove. The cabin was so small that every noise echoed: water bubbling, the clink of the spoon against the ceramic mug. It was a reminder that I was still here, still alive. The first sip was harsh but grounding. I closed my eyes and tried to remember why I'd come here in the first place. Escape. Clarity. Peace. But all I felt now was the growing weight of uncertainty and fear. I glanced around again, eyes catching on a notebook lying on the shelf. It wasn't mine. I didn't remember putting it there. I picked it up, flipping through pages filled with uneven handwriting. The words were fragmented, sometimes crossed out, sometimes repeated. "Who are you?" one line read. Another, "They keep changing the walls." The last entry was dated 2 days ago, although I had no idea who wrote it. My hands trembled as I closed the notebook. This wasn't just my mind playing tricks. Someone else had been here. Someone had left these messages. I heard a faint creak from upstairs. The hair on my neck prickled. The cabin was supposed to be empty. I wasn't expecting anyone. I swallowed hard and climbed the narrow staircase, each step groaning beneath me. The upper floor was cold and dark, filled with old furniture covered in sheets. Dust floated in shafts of light from a skylight, the only window on this floor. But then I noticed it. The skylight was cracked. Not a small fissure, but a jagged line that split the glass like a wound. It hadn't been broken yesterday. My breath caught, and I stepped back quickly. Someone had been here, or was still here. The thought twisted inside me, tightening like a noose. I hurried downstairs, heart pounding. The dog barked again, closer this time, desperate and scared. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. Was it outside? Or inside? Back in the living room, I looked at the door again, noticing a faint scuff mark near the bottom, a sign that something or someone had tried to get in. I ran my fingers over the scratch, cold sweat breaking out along my spine. This was no longer about isolation or memory lapses. It was about survival. And I wasn't sure if I was ready. The wind howled suddenly, slamming against the cabin with renewed force. The lights flickered. Shadows danced on the walls. I stood frozen, listening to the silence that followed, the kind of silence that holds its breath and waits. Something was out there. Watching. Waiting. My throat went dry. I had to find answers. But the cabin refused to give them up easily. The wind's howl hadn't let up. I swallowed hard. There was no going back. Not now. I'd been fooling myself since I arrived, pretending the isolation was temporary, that I could just wait it out, wait for the snow to stop, for someone to find me. But that scuff mark, the barking, someone had been here, or worse, still was. That wasn't the work of a hallucination or a trick of the mind. It was real. And it changed everything. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough and itchy against my skin, and crossed the room slowly. The light flickered again, casting long, jerky shadows. I heard creaking from upstairs, floorboards settling, or maybe footsteps. I couldn't tell. My breath caught, and I forced myself to listen harder. Nothing. Just the wind. I had to know more. The cabin was supposed to be mine alone. At least, that's what I convinced myself. But whoever or whatever had been here had broken that illusion. My eyes drifted to the living room window. Except, something was wrong. The window was different. I blinked hard, stepping closer. The frame was narrower, the glass slightly frosted over in a way I hadn't noticed before. I was sure the window was bigger, letting in more light. I could swear I'd looked out it just yesterday, seen the snow-covered pines standing tall, silent. Now it was like a thin slit, offering a distorted view of the outside world. I stepped back, shaking my head. I must be tired, or maybe the cabin was playing tricks on me. The shadows, the darkness, they could do that. I rubbed my temples, tasting the stale air, a faint metallic tang lingering at the back of my mouth. The scent of damp wood and old fabric pressed in on me. Then I noticed the photographs on the mantelpiece. I hadn't looked closely before. The pictures were old, grainy black and white shots of a family I didn't recognize. A man in a thick wool coat, a woman smiling faintly, 2 children bundled against the cold. The faces were faded, their edges blurred, but something about them tugged at me, like a half-remembered song on the edge of memory. I reached out to touch one. The frame was cold, the glass smooth under my fingertips. But then a chill ran through me. The photographs weren't the same as before. Or maybe I hadn't seen them at all. I knew I had. I was sure. I stepped back quickly, heart hammering. The dogs barking had been close inside the cabin, maybe? Or just outside, trapped in the snow. The cabin was closing in. Walls seemed to breathe, to shift imperceptibly. I needed air. I moved to the door leading outside, fingers trembling as I grasped the handle. It was locked tight. Of course it was. The storm had sealed everything shut. My eyes flicked to the window again, the narrow one. I tried to push it open. It didn't budge. That's when I heard it, a muffled sound from beyond the walls. A low, deliberate tapping. Like someone knocking. Or scratching. I froze. The sound wasn't random. It was timed, purposeful. Hello? My voice cracked, swallowed by the darkness. No answer. Just the tapping again. Slow. Steady. I backed away, knocking over a small stack of firewood. The logs tumbled noisily, the sound startling in the quiet. The tapping stopped. Silence. My breathing was loud in my ears, ragged and uneven. I felt sweat bead in my hairline despite the cold. Every instinct screamed to run, to get out, but the snow had trapped me here. The isolation was no longer a refuge. It was a cage. I retreated to the kitchen, the faint glow of the old lantern casting uncertain light. I rummaged through the cupboards, hoping for something, food, a clue, anything. Mostly empty. A can of beans, stale crackers, some powdered coffee. I poured myself a cup, the bitter taste grounding me just a little. Then I noticed the calendar pinned to the wall, one I hadn't seen before. The dates were crossed out in red ink, but the current day wasn't marked. Instead, the last marked date was 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. That couldn't be right. I'd only been here a few days. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. Maybe I'd lost track of time. Or maybe the calendar wasn't mine at all. I tore it down, the paper rough and brittle. On the back, scribbled in hurried handwriting, was a message: don't trust the windows. They lie. I dropped the calendar, heart thudding. What did that mean? How could a window lie? The room suddenly felt colder. The wind outside picked up again, rattling the panes. I could almost hear voices carried in the gusts, whispers, maybe, or the echoes of someone else's thoughts. I pressed my hands to the countertop, my knuckles white. Something was wrong with me. With this place. I had to find out what. I went back upstairs, each step creaking beneath my weight. The house groaned, settling into itself, or maybe warning me off. In the bedroom, I found more photographs scattered across the floor, this time in color. A woman with dark hair, smiling at the camera. A man with tired eyes. They looked familiar. Like faces I should remember. I knelt, picking one up. The edges were dog-eared, the gloss fading. Then I noticed the date stamped in the corner, 2 years earlier. 2 years. I didn't live here 2 years ago. I wasn't even supposed to know these people. A cold wave washed over me. I scrambled to the bedside table, rifling through drawers until I found a small notebook, its cover cracked and worn. Inside were entries, dates, names, strange observations. The handwriting was shaky, frantic at times. I don't know who I am anymore. The cabin changes. The photos change. The windows change. Am I still me? My breath caught. That was me. I recognized the handwriting. It was my own. I dropped the notebook, hands trembling so badly I could barely stand. Who had written this? When? How long had I been trapped here, losing pieces of myself day by day? The tapping started again, soft, insistent. Coming from below. I didn't want to go down. But I had to. I had no choice. The front door was locked. Windows lied. And whatever was out there wasn't just waiting. It was coming in. The cabin wasn't a refuge anymore. It was a trap. And I had already stepped past the point of no return. The tapping didn't stop. I swallowed hard and forced myself to stand. My legs wobbled under me, but I kept moving toward the narrow stairwell leading down. The wood creaked under my weight, the sound echoing off the low ceiling. The beam of my flashlight trembled in my hand, casting long, jittery shadows that danced on the walls. I tried to steady my breath, but it came in sharp bursts. Too fast. Not enough. Everything had changed. The window in the living room, I was sure of it, was gone. Replaced by a solid, unbroken wall of wood. I remembered the bright light that spilled in during the afternoon, the way the snowflakes caught on the glass. Now, nothing but blankness stared back. I checked it twice that day. And the photographs on the mantel, too. Faces blurred, smiles warped. One moment, clear as daylight, the next, smeared like watercolors left out in the rain. How could I trust anything anymore? The stairs ended at a door, thick and swollen with moisture. I could hear the tapping more clearly now, a steady, insistent knocking from the other side. My hand shook as I reached out to push it open. The door gave way with a groan, revealing a cramped, windowless cellar. The smell hit me first, earth and mildew, sour and biting. I flicked the light around, catching glimpses of crates stacked haphazardly, cobwebs draped like curtains, and something else. Something that made my throat close up. A figure. Not quite a shadow, not quite solid. A man, sitting on an old wooden chair, his face hidden beneath the brim of a battered hat. He didn't move. Didn't speak. Just sat there, tapping his fingers on the armrest in time with the knocking sound. I stepped back, heart hammering so loudly I thought it might burst. Who's there? My voice cracked, the sound too small in the vast, dark space. No answer. Just the tapping. The tapping. I blinked, and when my eyes adjusted, the chair was empty. Cold dread wrapped around me like a suffocating blanket. I spun around, searching for a way out, but the door had slammed shut behind me. I pounded against it, but it wouldn't budge. Panic clawed in my chest, squeezing tighter with every breath I tried to take. Then, a faint whisper. Not from the man, but from somewhere deeper in the cellar. Words, broken and indistinct, like a radio signal caught on static. I pressed my ear to the wall, straining to catch the meaning. Remember. Remember. The voice was fragile, desperate. My knees hit the floor, and I leaned heavily against the cold stone. I wanted to scream, to cry, but the words stuck in my throat. I didn't want to remember. Not if it meant losing what little sanity I had left. The flashlight flickered once, twice, and died. Darkness swallowed me whole. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen was cracked, unresponsive. The cold seeped through my clothes, turning my skin numb. I was trapped, alone, with a voice that wasn't mine whispering secrets I wasn't ready to hear. Then, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming from the far end of the cellar. Not the tapping. Real footsteps. I scrambled backwards, hands scraping the rough floor, heart racing as if trying to escape my chest. The light from the single bulb overhead flickered back to life, revealing the empty room once more. No one there. Only the lingering echo of a threat I couldn't see. I stood, trembling, and pressed my palm to the wall. The surface felt warmer than before, almost pulsing beneath my fingertips. Was I losing my mind? Or was the cabin itself alive, reshaping around me, erasing seams of reality until I was nothing but a ghost trapped within its walls? I swallowed hard and forced my legs to carry me back up the stairs. The door at the top was unlocked now, swinging open to the familiar, cold air of the main floor. The snow outside had stopped falling, but the night felt heavier, thicker, like it was watching. The notebook was gone. I searched the bedside table, the floor, every drawer in the cabin. Nothing. It was as if it had never existed. A trick of my imagination or a cruel joke played by the isolation? I sank into the armchair by the fireplace, the heat long since faded to a memory. My hands trembled again, fingers tracing the grain of the wood as I tried to piece together what had just happened. Who was that man downstairs? Had I imagined him? Was the tapping a warning or a lure? I glanced toward the windowless wall in the living room. The absence of the glass felt like a wound, raw and open, bleeding uncertainty into every corner of the cabin. I couldn't stay here. Not like this. But the storm outside was relentless, and the road back was buried beneath unbroken snowdrifts. A knot tightened in my stomach. My mind frayed along the edges, unraveling in the cold. Every minute spent alone pushed me further from who I thought I was. And from the truth. The tapping started again, softer this time, almost hesitant. I didn't want to go back. But I had to. Because whatever was waiting downstairs wasn't done with me yet. I forced myself to rise, each step heavier than the last. The dim glow from the fireplace flickered uncertainly as I crept toward the basement door, its cold handle chilling my palm. The tapping paused. Silence. Then, a whisper, barely audible, called my name. The whisper wasn't a whisper at all. I swallowed, the dry scrape of my throat sounding too loud in the stillness. Who's there? My voice cracked. Not because I was scared exactly, though I probably should have been, but because I wasn't sure what else to say. The owls didn't answer. The shadows didn't move. Only the rhythmic, distant howl of the wind outside filled the void. I wanted to run back upstairs, to the fragile safety of flickering firelight and familiar, if warped, memories. But my feet moved before my mind could catch up. Down the stairs I went, each step creaking beneath me, the bare bulbs overhead buzzing faintly. The basement was colder than the rest of the cabin, the air heavy with damp earth and something else, something stale and metallic that made me wrinkle my nose. I reached the bottom and froze again. The space was empty, save for scattered boxes and the old furnace, which hummed quietly. There was no sign of a man. No sign of anything that could have made the tapping. I brushed my fingers against the rough stone wall and tried to steady my breath. The nameless weight pressing on me didn't lighten. Above the furnace, a small panel was loose. I pulled it open, revealing a shallow cavity. Inside, a single photograph lay folded, a picture I didn't recognize. It was grainy, black and white, a group of people standing in front of the cabin, but the faces were blurred, smudged beyond recognition. The snow looked freshly fallen, yet none of this felt familiar. I stuffed the photo into my coat pocket and closed the panel. Back upstairs, the absence of the window still gnawed at me. The plaster where it used to be was rough, uneven, as if hastily repaired. I pressed my palm against it, the cold seeping through and sinking into my bones. The room felt smaller now, more confined, like the cabin was shrinking around me, or maybe I was expanding, crowding the space with doubt and fear. I sat on the threadbare couch and pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders. The photographs on the mantelpiece caught my eye. I stood and studied them, one by one. Family gatherings, smiling faces, moments of happiness, except the faces weren't mine anymore. They looked like me, but not quite. Some were missing eyes, others had strange shadows on their cheeks. I blinked hard, certain my vision was playing tricks. I touched one photo gently, tracing the outline of a man's face I didn't recognize. Then I noticed something else, behind him, a window. The very window that didn't exist here anymore. My fingers trembled. Had this cabin always had that window? Had I always seen it? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of confusion settling over my thoughts. The tapping returned, soft and tentative, this time from the wall where the window had been. I pressed my ear against the cold plaster. A voice, low and urgent, whispered through the cracks. "Remember." I pulled away sharply. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the warmth of the fire. Remember what? Who was speaking? And why did I feel like the answer was buried somewhere deep inside me, just out of reach? The night dragged on, each minute stretching longer, filled with restless thoughts and creeping shadows. I tried to sleep, but my mind replayed fragmented memories, faces, places, moments that felt both mine and not mine. The storm outside waned, but inside, the tempest raged. Morning light spilled weakly through the cracked door frame. I was exhausted, my body aching from tension and cold. The photograph from the basement weighed heavily in my pocket. I unfolded it carefully again, studying the blurred faces. Suddenly, one figure edged into focus, a man standing where the missing window would have been. Recognition hit me like a wave. The man downstairs. The tapping. The voice. They weren't figments of my imagination. They were warnings. Or perhaps reminders. I realized then that the cabin, the snow, even my solitude, it wasn't just warping my mind. It was erasing pieces of my past, rewriting my story with gaps and shadows. The man, whoever he was trying to reach me through those cracks. I had to get out. Not just for my sanity, but to reclaim who I was, or who I thought I was. I gathered what little strength I had and stepped outside into the thin, cold light of dawn. The snow was still deep, but the storm had passed. Every breath I took burned in my lungs, sharp and raw. As I trudged toward the road, I looked back once. The cabin stood silent, its wounds hidden beneath a blanket of white. I wasn't sure if I was walking away from it or towards something darker. The air tasted bitter, the silence thick with unspoken things. But I was moving. And maybe that was enough. Maybe moving forward, even uncertain and broken, was the only way to piece the fragments back together. The road was still hidden beneath the snow, yet I kept going. Because the man's voice echoed inside me now, not a threat, but a plea. Remember. And I would. Somehow, I had to. The cold bit deeper, but I didn't stop. Each step was a quiet defiance, a promise to the shadows trailing behind. Somewhere ahead, the world waited, fractured, yes, but waiting all the same. The horizon blurred with the first hint of dawn, pale light spilling over jagged silhouettes. I wrapped my coat tighter, feeling the weight of memories pressing down, yet lighter somehow. The path wasn't clear, but maybe clarity wasn't the point. Maybe it was just about showing up, even when everything inside begged me to turn back. With a steady breath, I stepped forward again, letting the silence fill the spaces where fear used to live. Story 3, Forest of Shifting Trees, Nature's Deadly Disorientation. The air smelled like pine tar and damp earth, the kind of scent you don't quite notice until it's gone. I'd chosen this spot because it felt untouched, maybe even a little sacred. A clearing about a mile off the trail, where the trees thinned out enough to see the sky but not so much that the wind whipped in unceasingly. I'd pitched my tent the night before, tired after hiking all afternoon with a pack that dug into my hips. I remember thinking how perfect it was to be alone, away from the usual noise of the city, cars, sirens, the constant hum of people, but now that quiet was unsettling. My watch read 5:17 a.m., though the light suggested it was closer to 6. I'd knocked it once or twice before bed, the battery was iffy, and maybe that explained the discrepancy. I sat up slowly, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. The fabric of the tent felt rough against my palms. Outside, the trees stood motionless except for the occasional twitch of a branch. The ground beneath me was hard, scattered with pine needles and the odd splash of moss. The air tasted faintly acidic, like the residue of last night's rain. I zipped the tent door open and poked my head out. The forest looked the same, but something was off. I swear the trees had shifted. Not in any dramatic way, like uprooted or snapped, but subtly, the way shadows stretch and bend in the early morning. I blinked and looked again. The trunks weren't exactly where I'd left them. The tree to the left, a crooked spruce, seemed to have edged closer to the one on the right. The space between them was narrower, almost like a narrowing corridor. I shook my head. Probably just my eyes playing tricks, the way the light hit the bark. Still, a flicker of something unease rippled through me. I stepped outside fully, the cool morning air biting at my skin. The forest felt denser than I remembered. The path I'd taken to get here was nowhere in sight. I'd been careful to note landmarks, the way the moss grew on the north side of trees, the shape of a crooked branch, but now those markers seemed scrambled. I crouched down and scanned the ground. The dirt here was undisturbed, no footprints or signs of animal passage. The only thing that caught my eye was a small pile of pine cones arranged in a rough circle near a gnarled root. I frowned. I was certain I hadn't left them there. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. No answer. The forest swallowed the sound immediately. I decided to retrace my steps to the trail, but after a few minutes of walking, I realized I was disoriented. The familiar landmarks weren't where I expected them to be. The trees, those silent sentinels, seemed to have rearranged themselves overnight. I stopped and looked back. The clearing where I'd camped was gone, swallowed up by a tighter thicket. I swallowed hard. The idea of trees moving on their own was ridiculous. I know how that sounds. I'm not imagining things. It's just, if I hadn't slept through some storm or tremor that shifted the land, how else could this be explained? No wind had blown last night. I checked the weather. No earthquakes reported. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and started walking again, slower this time, deliberately scanning for anything that might guide me back. The sun was rising fast now, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist. The air was cooler than I expected for this time of year, carrying a faint metallic tang that made my mouth dry. A dry crack echoed somewhere behind me, like a branch snapping underfoot, but when I turned, there was nothing. Just the trees, standing too close, too still. My pulse quickened, not from fear exactly, but from that prickly awareness that something was wrong in a way I couldn't yet grasp. I told myself it was probably an animal, deer maybe, but the sound had been too loud, too deliberate. Maybe I'm jumping at shadows, I muttered aloud, kicking at a rock with the toe of my boot. Get it together. I checked my pack for the 10th time: water bottle, granola bars, map, compass. The compass needle spun lazily, refusing to settle, which only added to the confusion. I tapped it a few times, but it didn't help. The map was folded neatly, but I wasn't sure I could trust it anymore. If the trees had truly shifted, then the whole landscape might have changed in ways I hadn't anticipated. I crouched down and pressed my palm against the dirt. It was cool and damp, and I tasted a bit of grit on my lips. The smell of pine needles was thick here, almost suffocating. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe deeply, to steady myself. The forest was supposed to be a refuge, a place to escape. Instead, I felt trapped. There was a faint rustle to my right. I spun around, heart thudding. A figure stood just beyond the nearest cluster of trees. Tall, thin, motionless. I squinted, trying to make out details, but the morning light was behind them, casting their face in shadow. "Hey," I said, voice cracking slightly. "Who's there?" No answer. The figure didn't move. I took a cautious step back, bumping into a tree trunk. Rough bark scraped my palm. I glanced down at my feet, then back at the figure. When I looked again, they were gone. My breath hitched. No rustling, no movement, nothing. Just the forest closing in tighter than before. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if something else was going on. I wanted to believe it was just the tricks of light and shadow, but the pile of pine cones, the missing trail, the shifting trees, they all whispered a different story. I wanted to call out again, but the silence was so complete it swallowed my voice before it could leave my lips. The forest wasn't as still as I thought. It was watching, waiting, rearranging itself around me. And I was already caught inside. The morning sun filtered through the canopy, but it didn't bring the relief I'd expected. I sat up slowly, careful not to disturb the pile of pine cones I'd noticed the night before. They were arranged was too neat a word, but definitely deliberate. A small mound in a circle that didn't feel natural. My fingers hovered over the rough surfaces, tracing the edges, and a prickly unease settled in my stomach. I'd slept in fits. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I'd hear footsteps, or worse, the faint creak of a branch breaking just beyond hearing range. But no one came. No one had. Still, the forest had shifted. The trees weren't in the same places as before. I glanced around, scanning for the trail, but it was swallowed up by trunks leaning at impossible angles. Angles that didn't belong in nature. I tried to shake the growing panic. Rational thoughts. That's all I needed. Maybe wind had knocked them down. Maybe deer had pushed through. But the geometry didn't add up. I remembered the figure from the night before, the face hidden in shadow, the way it vanished without a sound. It wasn't a trick of the light. Someone was here. Someone who knew how to move through the forest without leaving a trace. I stood up, the ground soft beneath my boots, spongy with moss and pine needles. My legs wobbled, maybe from hunger, maybe from the cold, but I pushed myself to walk. I had to find the trail. I had to find a way out. As I moved, I noticed something new, faint marks on the bark of a nearby tree. Not scratches, but something more deliberate, tiny notches carved into the rough surface, arranged in a line that seemed to point deeper into the woods. I crouched down, brushing away dead leaves, trying to see if there were more. There were. A pattern. A guide? Or a trap? The forest seemed to hold its breath. No birds sang. No insects buzzed. The only sound was the crunch of my boots over twigs and leaves, and the occasional snap of a branch underfoot. I followed the notches, heart pounding, senses sharpening. I glanced over my shoulder twice, half expecting to see the shadowy figure stalking me. After what felt like hours but was probably just minutes, I came to a clearing. The sunlight spilled in, warm and golden, but my relief was short-lived. The clearing was littered with more pine cones arranged in a spiral this time, tight and precise. I knelt to examine them, my fingers trembling. Someone had been here recently. Someone who wanted me to see this. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. "Is anyone there?" Silence. Not even a rustle. Then, from the edge of the clearing, a soft sound, a whistle. I froze. The hairs on my neck prickled. The whistle came again, low and deliberate, almost like a signal. I swallowed hard. "I'm lost," I said, louder this time. "Please, if you're out here, help me." No answer. I scanned the trees again. The trunks stood straighter now, more threatening somehow, as if they were closing in. The spiral of pine cones seemed to pulse in the sunlight, hypnotic and unnatural. I swallowed a dry mouthful of air, tasting the faint bitterness of fear. I tried to call my phone. No signal. Of course. I'd expected that in the middle of nowhere, but the cold realization that I was completely cut off hit me like a wave. No calls. No messages. Just me in the forest. I sat down on a fallen log, heart hammering. My hands shook as I dug into my pack for the water bottle. The water was cold and tasted faintly of metal. I took a long drink, trying to steady my nerves. There had to be a logical explanation for all this. Someone could be playing a prank. Or maybe a local hunter, or worse, someone who wanted to keep me here. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I remembered the figure again. No face, no sound. Just presence. And the shifting trees. They weren't moving on their own. Someone was making it happen. Someone with time, patience, and probably experience in these woods. I forced myself to stand. I had to keep moving, to find the trail, to find a way back. As I walked, I noticed something else. Footprints. Not mine. Small, deliberate steps pressed into the soft earth, leading away from the clearing. I followed them cautiously, the forest growing darker beneath the thick canopy. The scent of pine was stronger here, mingled with something metallic, maybe rusty iron, or old tools left behind. The footprints led me to a small stream, its water clear and cold. I knelt to drink, the cold biting my lips. As I looked up, I spotted something half buried under the mud on the bank. A piece of fabric. Dark, torn. Not mine. I pocketed it, heart racing. Whoever had been here wasn't far. I debated calling out again, but the silence swallowed my voice before I could. Instead, I sat on a moss-covered stone, trying to piece it all together. The trees had shifted overnight, arranged themselves into patterns I couldn't understand. Pine cones laid out like messages. Notches carved into bark. Footprints leading into the unknown. And the figure. The watcher. Who were they? And why trap me here? I shivered, the cold creeping into my bones. I needed to find shelter before nightfall. The thought of sleeping in this maze again made my stomach twist. Then I heard it. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I wasn't alone. Breathing hard, I whispered, "Show yourself." No answer. But the feeling of eyes on me was unmistakable. I backed away slowly, trying to stay calm, trying to convince myself that it was just an animal. But the forest had no animals now. Only watchers. I glanced at the sky. Clouds were gathering, blotting out the sun. The air grew heavier, the smell of rain mixing with damp earth and something else, something metallic, sharp. I had to keep moving. But where? The trail was gone, and the forest was waiting. The trees weren't just moved. The air was thick and still, heavy with the scent of wet earth and that sharp, metallic tang I couldn't place. It wasn't rain yet, but the clouds pressed low, gray and threatening. The forest had gone quiet, too quiet. No birds, no insects, no rustling underbrush, just the faint crunch of my boots on the pine needles and leaves. I tried to retrace my steps to the trail, but the trees didn't match the path I'd taken yesterday. They had shifted, reshaped the landscape overnight like a puzzle I wasn't meant to solve. Every direction looked the same. Every tree leaned a little too far, every shadow a little too dark. Then I heard it again, a soft snap. Not behind me this time, but somewhere just beyond the nearest cluster of trees. My breath caught. The watcher. Whoever or whatever it was, they were close. Too close. "Show yourself," I said, voice low, voice shaking. No answer. Only the faintest rustle, like a breath stirred through the leaves. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold seeping deep into my ribs. I couldn't stay. Not here. Not with the forest closing in like a trap. With cautious steps, I moved forward, deeper into the maze of trees. My fingers brushed bark rough and splintered, my boots sinking into moss that smelled sour and old. The patterns in the trees grew more intricate, lines of notches forming shapes that made my head swim. Spirals, crosses. Signs pointing somewhere, or away from something. I stopped at one cluster, feeling the bark under my fingertips. The notches were fresh. The wood smelled like resin, sticky and pungent. Someone had been here recently. Someone watching me. I studied the footprints again, too large for an animal, too irregular for a human walking normally. The prints looped and doubled back, like the person had been pacing, waiting. Waiting for me. My mind raced. Was this some kind of game? A trap set by someone who knew these woods better than I did? The thought sent a spike of unease through my chest. I pulled out the map from my pack, the one that had guided me here. It was useless now, ripped, soaked from last night's rain, and the topography no longer matched the forest before me. I crumpled it in my hand, frustration burning behind my eyes. Then I heard breathing. Slow. Controlled. Nearby. I turned sharply, heart hammering. A figure stepped from behind a tree, tall, thin, dressed in dark clothes that blended with the shadows. No tool, no obvious threat. Just watching. Lost, the figure asked, voice calm but edged with something I couldn't place. Not kindness. I nodded, unable to speak. My throat was dry, rough. The figure took a step closer. "You shouldn't be here." "I'm trying to find the trail," I said, voice steadier than I felt. They smiled, a thin, cold curve. "The trail doesn't exist anymore. Not for you." What did that mean? My hands trembled. I wanted to back away, but the trees behind me felt like walls closing in. "Who are you?" I asked. They didn't answer. Instead, they motioned with a nod to a narrow path between the trunks, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. Come. I hesitated. Something about their presence was unsettling, but the path was the only lead I had. Why are you helping me? I pressed. Not helping, they said. Guiding. The word hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, heavy and strange. I followed, stepping carefully over roots slick with moss. The path twisted sharply, the trees leaning closer until I was almost forced to turn sideways to squeeze through. I could feel us watching from the shadows, dozens of them. Not animals. People. Voices whispered in the distance, low and urgent, like a conversation just out of reach. I strained to hear. Not supposed to leave. Too many have tried. Never come back. My skin prickled. The stories I'd heard about this forest, dismissed as campfire tales, suddenly felt real. The figure stopped at a clearing. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, pale and cold. In the center, a crude campfire pit circled by stones, but no fire burned. Rest, the figure said, voice softer now. You'll need your strength. I wanted to refuse, to run. Instead, exhaustion dragged me down. I sank onto a damp log, the bark rough against my palms. Who are you? I asked again, desperation bleeding into my voice. They finally met my eyes, dark, unreadable. Caretakers, they said simply. Caretakers of what? The forest. Of those who wander too far. I swallowed hard. The pieces clicked together in a sickening way. This wasn't just a random trap. It was deliberate. Systematic. Why me? I whispered. The figure shrugged. Because you came. Because I came. Because I was foolish enough to believe I could walk through these woods alone. The sound of snapping twigs broke the silence again. From the shadows, more figures appeared, emerging slowly like ghosts from the underbrush. No one spoke. No one smiled. They circled the clearing, eyes fixed on me. I wanted to stand, to run, but my legs felt numb. The realization hit me like a punch. There was no going back. The forest had swallowed the trail. It had swallowed escape. And now it was swallowing me. The figure who'd led me here knelt beside me, voice low and steady. You've crossed the point of no return. The moon slipped behind a cloud, plunging everything into darkness. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper from the shadows, welcome home. The moon had disappeared completely now, swallowed by thick clouds. You've crossed the point of no return. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was dry, my throat tight enough to choke on my own saliva. My legs wouldn't obey. I wanted to stand, wanted to run, but it was like my body had forgotten how. Numb. Frozen. Silence followed. Complete silence. Then a whisper, welcome home. The words felt like ice sliding down my spine. But home? This place? The forest that shifted and swallowed trails like paper and water? No! I couldn't accept that. I wouldn't. I blinked, trying to focus. My eyes adjusted just enough to pick out a faint glimmer just beyond the ring of figures, a flicker of movement. Something was out there, watching. Or waiting. Why? I forced the question out, voice cracking. Why me? What do you want? The figure who'd knelt beside me before shrugged, a slow, deliberate motion. Because you came. Because I came. Because I thought I could walk through these woods without paying a price. because I was foolish enough to believe I could outpace whatever this was. The others shifted closer now, closing in like a tightening noose. Their silence was louder than any shout. I could hear the scrape of leaves underfoot, the rustle of branches brushing against each other, the faintest scent of damp earth mixed with something metallic, something sick. The air was thick with it. I tried to think, to find any crack in this nightmare. But the trees themselves seemed to lean in, their trunks bending in unnatural arcs, twisting like old hands reaching out. The impossible patterns they formed overnight, it wasn't just a trick of the light or my imagination. It was deliberate, a maze designed to trap. And now I was deep inside it. "Please," I said, voice barely above a whisper, "let me go." The nearest figure stepped forward, face half lit by a sickly glow filtering through the leaves. Their eyes caught the faintest hint of my desperation. "You don't understand. This isn't about you. It's about the forest. About balance. Balance." The word echoed hollowly in my mind, meaningless against the pounding of my heart. I wanted to scream, to argue, to run until my legs gave out. But they were right, there was no running. Not from this. I swallowed again, this time forcing my limbs to respond. I stood, legs shaking but steadying. If this is about balance, then tell me. How do I fix it? How do I get out? The figure tilted their head, as if considering. "You don't. Not yet." A cold chill snaked down my spine. Not yet? What did that mean? Behind them, I caught movement, a flash of something bright. A phone screen, maybe, or a flashlight, but it was too quick to be certain. My pulse jumped. Were they watching me, recording? Or was it a signal? I glanced around, heart hammering. The forest was alive with sounds now, whispers, footsteps, the subtle shift of leaves. The trees themselves seemed to breathe. I took a step back. The figures mirrored me instantly, tightening the circle. A voice from the shadows, soft, almost gentle, cut through the tension. "You've got to understand what you're part of now." I narrowed my eyes. "I don't belong here." "You do. More than you think." The words hit me like a blow. I opened my mouth to argue, but the voice spoke again. "They've been watching you. Waiting for someone who can see." "See what?" I wanted to ask, but my mind was spinning too fast. "Why me?" The question slipped out again, more urgent this time. The figure who'd first spoken knelt down, eyes boring into mine. "Because you noticed. Because you survived the first night. And because you asked." I swallowed hard. Survival felt like a distant dream. The forest shifted again, slowly this time, the trunks creaking as if flexing muscles long unused. I stumbled, barely catching myself on a gnarled root. "They move," I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. "The trees move." The circle tightened, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. "They move to protect," said a voice behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but saw only shadows. "You're not going anywhere," the voice said softly, almost kindly. "Not until you understand." I wanted to argue, to plead, but the weight of exhaustion was settling in. My legs trembled, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold night air tasted like rust and damp wood. I sank to the ground, the rough bark scraping against my back, and closed my eyes. The whispers continued, weaving through the trees like a living thing. "Balance," they said. "Home." I wasn't sure if I was still awake or slipping into a nightmare. Then, a sudden sound, a sharp crack, like a branch breaking underfoot. The circle froze. I started to the edge of the clearing. A figure emerged from the darkness, hands raised in a gesture of peace. Different from the others. Younger, maybe, or just less worn by whatever ritual or curse this was. "Wait," the newcomer said, voice steady but urgent. "Don't do this." The first figure shook their head. "It's too late." "No," the newcomer insisted. "Not for him." They stepped closer to me, extending a hand. "You don't belong here, but you don't have to stay." Hope flickered, fragile and sudden. I reached out, fingers trembling. But the circle closed in faster than I could react. "No," the leader said, voice final. The newcomer hesitated, then looked directly at me. "If you want to live, you have to trust me." I swallowed hard, heart pounding so loud it felt like it would burst. "Trust you," I whispered, even though every instinct screamed not to. The forest seemed to hold its breath. And then, without warning, the newcomer grabbed my wrist and pulled me toward the edge of the clearing. The trees groaned and shifted behind us. I didn't know if we were running toward freedom or deeper into the trap. All I knew was there was no turning back. The newcomer's hand was warm but firm, a lifeline in a sea of shadows and shifting trees. We ran without speaking. My breath hitched in sharp bursts, lungs burning with cold night air. The newcomer's grip tightened once, then loosened, steady and sure. I dared a glance sideways. Their eyes caught mine, sharp, alert, no trace of mercy but no cruelty either. A person who'd seen too much and learned how to survive anyway. "We don't have much time," they said finally, voice low but clear. "They'll regroup." I nodded, though I didn't know what that meant exactly. Regroup how? And why me? The whole thing was a nightmare soaked in silence and barely whispered threats. It was the kind of fear that didn't just live in your head, it settled in your bones, cold and unmoving. We broke through the last cluster of trees into a narrow path, crushed underfoot with pine needles and damp earth. The trail was faint, barely a line in the dark, but it was something. Direction. Hope. For the first time since I'd woken up in the dead forest, I felt a flicker of it growing steady. "Who are they?" I asked. "The ones who trapped me." The newcomer's jaw clenched. "They're part of a group that's been here longer than anyone remembers. Not just hikers or hunters, they have rules. Unwritten, but brutal. They think the forest belongs to them, and anyone else's. Trespassing." I swallowed hard. The thought was worse than any ghost story. Real people, with real cruelty, using that forest as a cage. The impossible tree patterns, the rearranged paths, none of it supernatural. Just human cunning and control, a living trap made of wood and fear. "Why help me, then?" I said, voice shaking. They hesitated. "Because they don't kill outsiders. Not usually. But they keep you so lost you give up. Or you disappear." "I don't want that." We kept moving, sounds of the forest folding around us, the scrape of branches, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of something unseen. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden, cutting through the night like a splash of cold water. I wanted to trust this person. I really did. But my mind clung to every warning, every little doubt. Was this a rescue? Or just another trap? The forest seemed endless, and the shadows deepened with every step. Hours passed. The trail twisted and forked, but the newcomer's confidence never wavered. At one point, I stumbled on a root and nearly fell. Their hand caught my arm before I hit the ground. "Steady," they said, their breath heavy. "Almost there." "Almost where?" I asked, voice raw. "Out." They smiled faintly, but there was no relief in it. The edge of the forest. After that, it's up to you. We emerged at last into a clearing. Moonlight spilled over a narrow dirt road, slick with recent rain. The smell of cold asphalt mixed with pine was jarring, like waking from a dream and finding yourself in a hospital bed. I wanted to laugh, cry, scream. Instead, I just stood there, chest heaving, feeling the weight of what I'd survived. The newcomer looked at me. "You'll make it from here." I nodded wordlessly, still absorbing the silence that wasn't oppressive but necessary. The forest behind us seemed impossibly still now, no hint of the shifting maze or the figures that had hunted me. I wanted to believe it was over, but I knew better. The next morning, the world had shrunk around me. The edges of the forest felt sharper, the shadows longer in the bright daylight. I sat on the side of that road, watching cars pass by as if nothing had happened. People with their phones and coffee, their errands and chatter. No one would understand. No one could. I had changed. The forest had carved lines into me, invisible but permanent. I was quieter now, more cautious. Every rustle in the wind, every crack of a twig, made my skin prickle. Not out of paranoia, no, something deeper. A respect, maybe, or a wariness born of knowing that the world isn't as solid as it looks. Back at my apartment, I unpacked the bag I'd left by the door. The map I'd brought was crumpled, stained with dirt and sweat. I traced the route I'd taken, the one that didn't exist anymore. The forest had erased it, rewritten the paths. I didn't know how or why, but I wasn't going back. That night, I lay awake, listening to the city noises leaking in through the window. Car horns, distant sirens, footsteps on the pavement. Familiar sounds, comforting and alien all at once. But in the quiet moments, when the noise dimmed, I could still hear it beneath everything, the faint creak of wood shifting, the soft scrape of bark against bark, the whisper of leaves rearranging themselves in the dark. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't magic. It was something worse. A reminder that some places are alive in ways we don't understand. That people can turn nature into a trap, and once you're caught, it's not just the trees you have to fear. Weeks passed. I tried to talk about it, but the words felt inadequate. The story sounded crazy, even to myself. "I know how it sounds," I'd say, forcing a laugh that never reached my eyes. Friends nodded politely, changed the subject. The hospital, the police, the search parties, they never found a trace of the group or the clearing. No evidence, no proof. But I carried it all with me, the fear, the betrayal, the strange kindness of the newcomer who saved me. Sometimes I wondered if they were real, or just another trick of the forest. But deep down, I knew they were. Because I'm still here. Still breathing. Still listening. The forest didn't just trap me physically. It trapped a part of me forever, the part that knows how easily the world can twist beneath your feet, how quickly the familiar can become alien, how silence can scream louder than any shout. And maybe that's the real horror. Not the unknown, but the undeniable. The forest is still out there, shifting and waiting. And so am I. But now, I'm watching. Waiting. Ready. Story 4, Desert Detour, Lost in Shifting Roads. The desert was supposed to be empty. We left late morning, the sun already throwing harsh shadows across the cracked asphalt of Highway 95. The RV's engine thrummed steadily beneath us, the air, cold and heavy with silence conditioning rattling faintly as it tried to keep up with the heat. Marissa fiddled with the GPS mounted just above the dashboard, tapping at the screen with a calm certainty I envied. "We'll be at the campsite by 4, she said, voice light and sure, like she'd already mapped out every mile and turn in her head. I nodded, eyes on the road but my mind half wondering. There was something about the desert that always felt both vast and claustrophobic. The flat stretches made it seem endless, but the same horizon looped back on itself, and you could get lost easy if you weren't paying attention. I caught myself glancing at the rearview mirror more than once, half expecting to see another car or a sign of life, but there was nothing. Just the endless beige and gray. The GPS flickered. That's the first thing I noticed. It blinked once, then the screen went blank for a second before snapping back to life. I squinted. Did you see that? Marissa shrugged. Probably just a glitch. This thing's been acting up sometimes. I leaned closer. The route we programmed was still there, but the estimated arrival time had jumped from 3:58 p.m. to 6:12 p.m. That didn't make sense. We hadn't hit any traffic, hadn't stopped, and the speedometer confirmed we were cruising steady at 55 miles per hour. Maybe it's recalculating, I said, though even to my own ears it sounded uncertain. She frowned, tapping the screen again. The route line on the map twisted oddly, like someone had drawn it with a shaky hand. The road names changed, too. Suddenly we were supposed to turn onto something called Dry Wash Trail, which wasn't on any of the printed maps we packed. Dry Wash Trail? I echoed. That wasn't on the plan. It's probably a shortcut, Marissa said, but her voice held a hesitation that made me look over. Her brow creased, lips pressed into a thin line. The RV rumbled over a patch of rougher pavement. Dust billowed outside the open window. I caught the smell of hot metal mixed with something else, maybe sage? The kind that smells sharp and a little bitter. The sun was climbing higher, baking the landscape, and the heat on my skin made my shirt stick uncomfortably to my back. We turned off the highway onto a narrow dirt road that matched the GPS's new directions. The tires crunched over loose gravel, and every so often the RV jolted, a reminder that this was no smooth ride. I don't love this, I admitted, glancing at Marissa. Should we turn back? She shook her head, eyes fixed ahead. Let's see where this goes. Could be fun. That was Marissa, always ready to poke around the edges of the map, to chase after the unknown. I admired that about her, even if my gut wasn't quite settled. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching long and weird across the desert floor. The road twisted and looped, but the GPS kept shifting the route, recalculating, sending us down paths that seemed to double back on themselves. At one point, it told us to take a left onto a road that led straight into a thicket of mesquite bushes, the branches scratching against the side of the RV as we passed. Is this really a road? I asked, voice tight. Marissa clicked the screen, trying to zoom in, but the map was grainy, pixelated. The names of roads blinked in and out, sometimes replaced by numbers that didn't match any signs we could see. The air inside the RV grew heavier. The constant drone of the engine was the only sound besides the occasional rustle of wind stirring dry leaves outside. My throat felt dry, and when I tried to swallow, it caught on something like dust or worry. Maybe we should stop, I suggested again, more firmly this time. Marissa sighed, rubbing her temples. Fine. She pulled over onto a patch of packed dirt, the RV settling with a soft thud. She shut off the engine, and suddenly the silence was overwhelming. No hum, no rattle, just an emptiness that pressed in from all sides. I opened the door and stepped outside. The ground was hot beneath my boots, the air shimmering with heat waves. A lone buzzard circled far overhead, the faintest sound of its cry barely reaching me. I could taste the grit in the air, like swallowing a mouthful of sand. Marissa joined me, leaning against the side of the RV. This is weird, she said quietly. The GPS shouldn't be doing this. It's like it's messing with us. I frowned, looking back down the dusty road we'd come from. It stretched out under a sky that was suddenly too vast, too empty. The sun was beginning its slow descent, the light turning softer but no less oppressive. "I'm not sure what's going on," I said, "but it feels like we're stuck. Like these roads don't want us to leave." She laughed, at least, I think it was a laugh. It sounded hollow, brittle even. "You're not exactly the optimist today." I shook my head, feeling a flicker of frustration mixed with something else. Unease, maybe. The kind that settles in your stomach and makes your fingers twitch. "Okay," I said. "Let's try the GPS again." We climbed back into the RV. Marissa powered it on. The screen blinked, then froze. A message appeared, "Route unavailable." Recalculating. Only this time, the recalculations didn't make sense. The estimated arrival time shifted forward and backward by hours. The distance changed by dozens of miles. The routes twisted and overlapped like a maze designed to confuse. I rubbed my eyes. "It's broken. We should have cell service here." Marissa looked at me. "No signal. Not a bar." I swallowed, suddenly aware of how quiet it was, how isolated. The desert wasn't just empty, it was indifferent. The horizon held no promise, just heat and dust and these endless, unmarked roads. Something about the way the GPS moved, like it had a mind of its own, started to feel personal. Like it was watching us. But that couldn't be right. Could it? I blinked, trying to shake the thought away. Maybe I was just tired. Or maybe the desert was playing tricks on me. Despite myself, I glanced at the screen again. The route had changed once more. We weren't going home. Not yet. The screen blinked again, the numbers on the GPS shifting like a mirage. Marissa's fingers drummed on the steering wheel. "This makes no sense," she muttered, voice low enough that I wasn't sure if she was talking to me or herself. Outside, the desert sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the cracked earth in golden shadow. The heat had cooled just enough that sweat no longer plastered our shirts to our backs, but the stillness pressed in. The kind of stillness that feels too deliberate. I leaned forward, eyes fixed on the GPS. "Maybe it's just a glitch," I said, though my voice sounded hollow even to me. "Maybe the satellites are acting up." Marissa snorted softly, but didn't look away from the road ahead. "If this is a glitch, it's the weirdest one I've ever seen. And the no signal thing? That's not normal." There it was again, the silence. No birds, no insects, no distant hum of engines. Just the faint whisper of the wind skimming over dry sand and the occasional creak from the RV's suspension. The kind of silence that makes your own breathing feel loud. I rubbed my temples, trying to keep the growing headache at bay. "All right, let's try to break this down. The GPS shows us on roads that don't exist, or at least, I can't find anything matching them on the map app on my phone." I paused, swallowing against a dry throat. "And your phone? No bars at all?" "No bars," she confirmed. "Nothing. Not even emergency signals." Her eyes flicked to mine, sharp and uneasy. "We're off the grid." For a moment, I thought about turning the RV around, back the way we come. But the GPS kept recalculating, pulling us deeper into this maze. It was like the desert was swallowing us whole, one unmarked dirt track at a time. I sighed and reached over to open the glove compartment, fishing out the old paper map I'd tossed in during our last stop. The paper felt stiff and rough between my fingers, edges curling slightly from the heat. I spread it across my lap, the creases making faint snapping sounds as I tried to match the roads on the GPS to anything printed here. Nothing. No mention of the dusty trail we'd just taken, no sign of the intersection where the GPS had insisted we turn left, even though we'd seen only scrub and empty sky. Marissa glanced over at me. "Did you find anything?" I shook my head, lips tight. "No. It's like the GPS is inventing routes that don't exist." She bit her lower lip, jaw clenched. "And the times? That makes less sense. Sometimes it says we'll get there in 30 minutes, then jumps to 5 hours later." "I know." I tapped the map with a finger, then looked up. "It's like whatever system we're relying on to know where we are, it's broken. Or worse." The words hung between us, heavier than either of us wanted. The sun sank lower, and the temperature dropped with it, the air turning crisp and sharp. The RV's headlights cast long shadows over the scrub, shadows that seemed to flicker and warp in the dimming light. I could almost feel the desert watching us, indifferent but somehow aware. "Let's camp here for the night," I suggested, voice quieter than intended. "We can get some rest and figure this out in the morning. Keep the engine off, conserve gas." Marissa nodded, slowly pulling the RV to the side of the road where the ground leveled out a bit. The tires sank slightly into the sand, a soft crunch that echoed too loudly in the stillness. I shut off the engine, and the RV fell into an almost complete silence. The faint hum of electricity from the fridge was the only reminder we were alive and moving forward, though where, exactly, remained a mystery. As we stepped outside, the desert air hit us with a sudden chill, carrying a faint scent of creosote and dust. The sky was a deepening canvas of purple and orange, streaked with wisps of cloud that looked almost like smoke. Marissa pulled the door shut behind her, the latch clicking softly in the quiet. "Do you think someone could have done this?" Her voice trembled just a little, the question hanging fragile in the cold air. "Done what?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. "Set us up. Make us drive in circles. Trap us." She glanced around nervously, fingers tightening on the strap of her backpack. "Like this is some kind of trap." I rubbed my chin, the rough stubble scratching against my palm. "It's possible. Could be someone messing with the GPS signals, or maybe there's a human factor at play." I swallowed hard. But who? And why? The idea of human interference made sense. The desert was remote, yes, but not uninhabited. There were old mining towns, ranches, outposts. People who knew these roads and maybe knew how to use them against us. Marissa looked at me, eyes wide and serious. "What if they're watching us right now?" I forced a laugh, but it felt brittle. "I'm sure it's just paranoia." But even as I said it, I couldn't shake the prickling sensation crawling up my neck. The feeling of unseen eyes tracking our every move. Back inside, I pulled out my laptop, hoping to find some signal. Nothing. The screen stayed stubbornly offline. I tried the emergency radio, turning the dial slowly, listening to static crackle and pop. Then, briefly, a voice. Indistinct, garbled. Then silence again. Marissa sat beside me, her forehead resting against the cool window. "We need to figure out where we actually are." I nodded. Agreed. But without reliable tech or landmarks, we're flying blind. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitating. Then I remembered the notebook wedged between the driver's seat and console. I pulled it out and flipped through its pages, scribbled notes, sketches of the route, observations from our trip so far. "I've been jotting down every weird thing since we started noticing the GPS acting up," I said, pointing to a page where the times and distances jumped wildly. Marissa leaned in, reading. "Look at this." She traced her route with her finger. "Every time the GPS jumps, it sends us back near the same intersection. It's like a loop." I frowned. "A loop in space and time?" Not literally, but we keep ending up near the same spot over and over. And the signs out there? There were a few rusted, peeling, impossible to read. I tapped my pen against the notebook. Could be someone's way of marking territory. Sending a message. Marissa's voice dropped to a whisper. Or warning us off. The thought made my skin crawl. I closed the notebook and looked out the window. Darkness was seeping into every corner of the desert, swallowing the last blush of sunset. The stars would be out soon, but I didn't feel comforted by their presence. Instead, I felt smaller. Trapped. Watched. I turned to Marissa. She met my gaze, nodding slowly. Then we figure out their rules. And find a way out. The radio crackled suddenly, sharp and clear. Both of us jumped. I reached for the dial, heart pounding. A voice came through, steady and low, but distorted. You shouldn't be here. The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed hard. The desert wasn't just indifferent anymore. It was hostile. I turned to Marissa. Her face was pale, the dim dashboard glow casting shadows under her eyes, making her look smaller, like someone who just realized how far she'd fallen down a rabbit hole with no bottom. The desert night pressed against the RV's windows, thick and unyielding. No traffic. No lights. No help. So, I said, voice quieter than I intended. We're stuck in a loop. Same intersection, over and over. It's not just a GPS glitching, it's something else. Someone's doing this. Marissa nodded slowly, her fingers tracing the edge of the notebook again, as if memorizing the irregular scribbles and item. Yeah. And those signs? They're not random. Someone's been out there, marking territory, or maybe setting traps. I swallowed hard. Traps? Like what? Physical traps? Or psychological, she said. Isolation, confusion. If you can't trust your tools or your sense of direction, you start doubting everything. Yourself most of all. She was right. I caught myself staring out the window for minutes, willing the landscape to change, willing the GPS to behave like a normal, reliable machine. But it didn't. Instead, it spat out impossible routes that shaved off hours or added miles with every turn, like a cruel joke. I'm going to check the GPS logs again, I said, trying to sound certain. There has to be a pattern we're missing. Marissa leaned back, rubbing her temples. I don't want to be stuck here all night. Neither did I. But deep down, I suspected it was too late to turn back. The RV's small heater kicked in with a soft hum, the only sound besides the occasional rustle of wind against the cracked window seal. The smell of stale coffee lingered, mixed with the faint, dusty scent of desert sage from earlier. I reached for my notebook, flipping back to the pages where I'd carefully noted each jump in time and distance. Every time the GPS jumped, the clock reset. Sometimes hours vanished. Sometimes minutes stretched endlessly. But always, the route looped back near that same intersection, a lonely stretch of cracked asphalt with a rusted sign that was unreadable except for a single peeling letter, R. Marissa watched me work, her eyes tired but alert. What if whoever's behind this doesn't want us gone? Or worse, doesn't want us to find out? I didn't answer. The thought gnawed at me, twisting my stomach into knots. It was one thing to get lost, another to be deliberately trapped. Then, a soft beep from the GPS snapped me back. The screen flickered, and the route redrew itself again, this time pointing down a narrow dirt track that hadn't been there before, or at least, I didn't remember seeing it. That's new, I said, squinting at the screen. Where the hell did that come from? Marissa leaned over. Looks like it's leading us away from the intersection. Maybe out of the loop. I hesitated. Or into another trap. We stared at the screen, the blinking blue dot mocking us. I could almost hear it laughing. Do we have a choice? Marissa asked, voice low. I shook my head. Not really. The moment I said it, the RV's engine sputtered, a rough cough that sent a shudder through the chassis. The fuel gauge wobbled alarmingly. No, I muttered. No, no, no. Marissa's hand found mine, squeezing hard. We can't stop now. Outside, the wind picked up, scraping sand against the metal like fingernails on a chalkboard. The night seemed suddenly colder, sharper. I threw the gear into drive, and the RV lurched forward onto the dirt track, tires crunching over loose gravel and broken twigs. The headlights carved a narrow path through the desert darkness, illuminating gnarled bushes and twisted mesquite trees. The GPS recalibrated, voice calm and unnervingly cheerful. Continue on this road for 10 miles, then turn left. 10 miles. That felt like forever in this place. Marissa glanced at me. You think whoever's out here is watching us now? I wouldn't bet against it, I said, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, catching the faint glow of our taillights swallowed by the night. We're in their world now. The track wound tighter, the RV bumping over ruts and rocks. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles whitened. My throat was dry. The taste of dust filled my mouth, mixed with a faint metallic tang that I couldn't place. After what felt like hours, I slowed down, squinting into the darkness ahead. There, half buried in sand and shadow, was a makeshift barricade. Old tires stacked haphazardly, broken wooden pallets leaning against rusted metal barrels. It didn't look like a roadblock meant to stop a vehicle, more like a crude warning. Marissa caught her breath. This is definitely not a coincidence. I nodded, heart pounding. If we go back, we're back in the loop. If we go forward. Unknown, she finished for me. The RV idled, engine ticking as it cooled. I stared at the barricade, feeling the weight of our choices pressing down on me. The GPS blinked, recalculating routes, but none seemed to offer escape. Then Marissa's phone buzzed. I didn't even know she had a signal out here. She picked it up, hands trembling. The screen showed a single message. Stop. Turn back. No number. No sender ID. I swallowed, the dry lump in my throat growing bigger. So, they're watching. Marissa's eyes locked on mine. And they want us to know it. I felt cold seep into my bones. The reality hit hard. We were caught in something far bigger than a simple wrong turn or a faulty GPS. Someone or some group was orchestrating this, making sure we stayed exactly where they wanted. I wanted to argue, to find a loophole, but the truth was undeniable. We'd crossed a line. There was no turning back. I reached down, switching on the RV's interior light. The small space felt smaller than ever, cramped, claustrophobic. I looked at Marissa, searching for reassurance. She bit her lip, eyes shining with a mixture of fear and resolve. What do we do now? I didn't have an answer. Not yet. Outside, the desert stretched into endless black, silent but for the whisper of wind. The barricade loomed, a tangible threat in the emptiness. And the GPS blinked again, routing us forward. I started the engine. We moved. The engine hummed low and steady beneath me, a strange comfort against the desert's vast silence. Marissa sat beside me, her fingers curled tight around the armrest. Her eyes never left the curtain of night beyond the windshield. The tension between us was thick enough to taste bitter and sharp. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat refusing to shrink. "So, they want us to know," I said quietly, my voice breaking the silence like a pebble thrown into still water. Marissa nodded, her jaw tight. "I don't think it's just a warning. It's a trap." I glanced at her, searching for some spark of hope, but all I found was the same cold knot of dread that had settled inside me. The GPS blinked again. Route recalculating. "In 2 miles, turn right." The problem was, there was no right turn. No road. Nothing but the endless stretch of cracked earth and scattered rocks. I frowned and slowed the RV to a crawl, scanning the darkness for any sign of a path. "Maybe it's one of those old dirt roads," I said, though the doubt was loud in my voice. "Sometimes they're barely visible at night." Marissa's lips pressed into a thin line. "We don't have time for guesses." I knew she was right. Every minute we stayed out here was another minute lost in the desert's slow, suffocating grip. But what choice did we have? Pull over and wait for morning? That would be surrender. And whoever they were, if they were human, wouldn't hesitate to exploit that weakness. I took a deep breath, trying to steady the shaking in my hands. The leather steering wheel felt cold and unyielding beneath my fingers. I glanced to the passenger side. Marissa's eyes caught mine, wide and alert, reflecting the pale light of the GPS. "Okay," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "Let's follow it." One more time. The RV bumped onto a narrow dirt track that hadn't been there a moment ago, the tires crunching gravel and dust. The smell of dry earth filled the cabin, mixed with the faint scent of engine oil and stale air. The headlights cut through the darkness, revealing a landscape that felt less like the desert and more like a forgotten wasteland. Gnarled bushes, twisted metal scraps, and the skeletal remains of what might have been a shack. As we drove, the GPS continued to reroute with increasing urgency. Sometimes the estimated time to destination would jump forward by hours, then suddenly shift back. Miles disappeared, only to reappear elsewhere on the map. It was as if the device itself had gone mad, or worse, it was being manipulated. Then, something moved. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, shadows playing tricks on my eyes. A flicker at the edge of the headlight's beam. Then, a figure appeared, standing motionless beside the road. I slammed the brakes, the RV lurching forward and throwing me against the seatbelt. "Did you see that?" I whispered, voice tight. Marissa nodded, eyes wide, lips parted. "Someone's out there." The figure didn't move. Just stood, watching. A man, I think. Too far to make out features. But the way he held himself, still undeliberate, made my skin crawl. I flicked the high beams on and off, trying to get a better look. The man didn't flinch. "Should we stop?" Marissa asked, voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, heart hammering. "No!" That's exactly what they want. The man disappeared as suddenly as he'd appeared, swallowed by the blackness beyond the headlight's reach. The desert swallowed the silence again, but now it felt charged, electric. The GPS flashed a new route, straight ahead. No turns, no detours. I pressed the accelerator, the RV rolling forward into the night. The road narrowed, the edges crumbling away into nothing. The headlights illuminated cracked pavement, pitted and scarred like the surface of some ancient ruin. The air grew colder, a biting chill that seeped through the windows and settled on my skin. My breath fogged the glass as I exhaled, and I wiped it away with the back of my hand. Marissa shivered beside me, pulling her jacket tighter. Then the radio crackled to life. Static at first. Then a voice. Low, distorted, almost mechanical. Turn back. I jerked my head toward the dashboard. Marissa gasped, clutching the edge of the seat. "Who is that?" she demanded. I had no answer. The voice repeated over and over. "Turn back. Turn back." No station, no signal. Just that chilling message. I fumbled with the radio controls, trying to shut it off, but the static refused to die. The voice persisted, relentless. "Turn back." My hands trembled. The desert outside felt suddenly oppressive, like a cage tightening around us. "Maybe we should listen," Marissa said, voice trembling. I shook my head, swallowing the fear that threatened to choke me. "No, we can't. Not yet." The RV rumbled over a patch of broken asphalt, and I caught a glimpse of something on the side of the road, a rusted sign, half buried in sand. I leaned in, squinting. It read, "Private property and no trespassing." The letters were faded, but the warning was clear. I glanced at Marissa. "We're not on any map. This isn't public land." Her eyes widened. "Are we trespassing?" "Looks like it." The GPS blinked again. "New route. Turn left in 1 mile." I swallowed the tightening knot in my stomach. Left, into the darkness. The road curved sharply, and I slowed, squinting for any sign of what awaited. Suddenly, headlights appeared behind us, a car, fast and silent. The beam was too bright, too close. "Someone's following us," I said. Marissa's hands gripped the armrest until her knuckles went white. The car stayed just behind us, matching our speed, refusing to pass. The driver didn't flash the headlights, didn't signal. Just stayed there, a silent shadow in the rearview mirror. I tried to stay calm, but adrenaline surged, making my fingers clumsy on the wheel. "Do you want me to call for help?" Marissa asked. "No signal," I said, shaking my head. The cell phone lay useless on the dashboard, the screen dark and unresponsive. The car's headlights flicked once, twice, like a warning. I forced myself to breathe. "We're not safe out here." Marissa's eyes searched mine, silently begging for a plan. But I had none. The GPS blinked again, flashing a final instruction: stop. I eased the RV to a halt in a small clearing, the gravel crunching under the tires. The silence that followed was unbearable. The car behind us stopped too, its engine ticking quietly as it cooled. I switched off the engine, the cabin suddenly cold and still. The radio crackled again, static, then the voice. "Turn back." My breath caught. This time, the voice was closer. So close I could almost imagine it standing right beside me. "Who are you?" I hissed into the darkness. No answer. I woke to the low hum of the RV's engine, the dim glow of dawn creeping through the cracked blinds. For a moment, I wasn't sure where I was. The desert outside stretched endlessly, a dull beige that swallowed the horizon. But the dashboard clock told me it was 6:47 a.m., and the GPS still flickered, its screen cycling through routes that made no sense. Hours ago, or maybe days, time had lost its shape, our drive had become a looping nightmare. Every turn we took seemed to erase the last, every road vanished or reappeared like a bad magic trick. And the GPS, that supposed guide, had locked onto impossible destinations. Places that shifted by miles and hours with no logic. We were trapped in that vast, unmarked desert, a place that had no right to exist on any map. Or so I thought. I sat up, the stiff upholstery pressing against my back. My throat was dry, tasted of stale coffee and dust. I could hear Mark breathing in the bunk behind me, steady but shallow. He'd finally fallen asleep at some point, exhausted from arguing with a machine that refused to obey the laws of geography. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and glanced at the GPS again. The screen blinked erratically, now showing a route that veered sharply east. I hesitated. We tried every direction by then. East, west, north, south, each path folding back into itself, looping us like prey. The tires crunched over gravel as I eased the RV forward, hoping this time it would lead somewhere real. The desert air was cold, biting our faces through the cracked windows. There was a faint metallic tang to it, probably from the old vehicle's engine. I kept one hand on the steering wheel, the other poised near the gear shift, ready to stop the moment something felt wrong. We drove in silence. The barren landscape stretched on, unyielding and flat. No birds, no wind, just the occasional distant bark of a dog or the clatter of a lizard scrambling under rocks. I tried to listen for anything else, voices, engines, signs of life, but there was nothing. Just the endless, empty desert. After what felt like hours, the GPS suddenly changed. The screen flickered and then locked onto a small dot labeled Oasis. The estimated arrival time jumped forward by nearly 4 hours. Impossible. We hadn't moved that far or that fast. But hope, stubborn and fragile, sparked inside me. "Mark," I said quietly, trying not to wake him. "The GPS, it's showing a place. Oasis." He groaned, shifting under the blanket. "You're dreaming." "No. Look." I pointed at the screen, but he barely glanced. "I think we should try it. Maybe it's real this time." He sighed, rubbing his eyes. "At this point, I don't trust that thing any farther than I can throw it." I couldn't argue, but I needed something, anything, to hold on to. We turned the wheel toward the direction the GPS indicated, pushing forward with a mix of hope and desperation. The road narrowed, the gravel crunching louder beneath the tires. The air grew warmer, the sun climbing higher, burning through the thin clouds. I felt sweat bead on my forehead despite the cold morning. The RV's engine coughed once, then steadied. Then, suddenly, the road ended. Not in a dead end. Just nothing. The gravel road dissolved into cracked earth, the desert floor stretching out in every direction with no sign of the oasis the GPS had promised. The screen blinked erratically again, the blue dot pulsing wildly before vanishing altogether. I slammed the steering wheel, frustration burning hot in my chest. Mark sat up, eyes sharp now, alert for the first time in what felt like forever. "This is ridiculous," he said. "We're chasing ghosts." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "We are." For the first time, I really looked at Mark. His face was pale, drawn tight with exhaustion and fear. The man who had been my calm partner through this ordeal now looked like a stranger. We sat there for a long moment, the silence thick and unyielding. Then Mark reached over, his hand brushing mine. "I think we need to stop chasing the GPS," he said softly. "It's done something to us." I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and defeat heavy on my tongue. "But what else is there?" He shook his head. "We find our own way. No machines, no shortcuts. Just us and the desert." I wanted to argue, to cling to the last thread of hope that the GPS could save us. But deep down, I knew he was right. We've been fighting something beyond technology and reason. Something human, our own paranoia, exhaustion, the way the desert seemed to twist time and memory until nothing made sense anymore. We stepped out of the RV together. The air was still, the heat pressing against our skin like a weight. I looked back at the vehicle, the place that had been both sanctuary and prison. "Let's walk," Mark said. "Maybe we'll find a road. Or someone." I nodded, adjusting my pack. The sand shifted beneath my boots, dry and unyielding. Every step felt heavy, but it was a movement forward, something we hadn't done in a long time. The sun climbed toward noon, casting sharp shadows. The GPS sat dead on the dashboard, its screen blank and useless. As we walked, I noticed a faint scent, something like sage mixed with dry earth. A small rustle in the brush. The desert wasn't empty after all. Hours passed. We found tire tracks, old and cracked, leading to a narrow dirt road. It wasn't marked on any map or device, but it was real. Solid beneath our feet. We followed it, the landscape slowly shifting. What had been endless sand gave way to scrub brush, then to a ribbon of asphalt. A highway. A sign. A gas station, small and dusty, but staffed by a man who looked at us with a mixture of surprise and relief. He offered us water, cold and sweet, and directions back to the nearest town. I looked at Mark, feeling something I hadn't allowed myself in days: relief. We were out. Back inside the RV, parked near the station, I turned off the GPS for good. The screen went dark, silent. Mark looked at me, exhaustion giving way to something softer. "You okay?" I nodded, my hands still trembling. "Yeah, I think so." He smiled, a slow, tired curve of his lips that somehow felt like home. We sat together in the silence, the desert finally behind us. The road ahead was uncertain. But for the first time, we had a direction that didn't rely on blinking dots or shifting routes. We had each other. And that was enough. Story 5, locked in, when smart homes turn hostile. The first time the front door locked itself was just after dinner. I called out, "Hey, did you lock the door?" No answer. Of course, no one was here but me. I shrugged it off, thinking the system must have done it automatically, maybe triggered by the app's schedule or something I didn't remember setting. My smart home had been a godsend for the last 6 months, turning an old rental into something that felt like my own little domain. Lights that adjusted to the time of day, a thermostat that learned my preferences, blinds that opened with the morning sun. It was supposed to make life easier, not more complicated. I wiped my hands on a towel and walked over to the door. The handle felt cold beneath my palm, the faint scent of cedar from the frame mingling with the faintest trace of rain still clinging to the glass. Outside, the street was quiet, the kind of quiet that settles in after sunset, when neighbors have retreated indoors and the world seems to hold its breath. I pulled out my phone to check the automation logs. Nothing unusual. No commands or alerts about the lock. Just locked. Maybe a glitch. I thought I'd reboot the system later. Later came sooner than I expected. After I settled in the living room with a book, the lights dimmed all by themselves. I blinked, the warm glow fading to a dull amber. "Hey," I said aloud, tapping the lamp's control on my phone. The brightness surged back, but a moment later, dipped again, lower this time. A quick flicker. I stared, unease creeping along my spine. The bulb was brand new. No chance of a flicker from a loose connection or old wiring. This was different. The house was listening. Or watching. Or worse, deciding. I closed the book and stood, the carpet soft under my bare feet. A draft swirled around the corner, carrying with it the faint smell of wet earth and something else, something metallic, almost like a copper penny left too long in the rain. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was nothing. Just the house settling, the pipes shifting, the city breathing. Still, I couldn't stop glancing toward the hallway. The shadows gathered there, pooling beneath the ceiling light that had always been unreliable, the bulb dimming and brightening on its own schedule. I wondered if the system was running updates in the background. Maybe a security patch. I'd read about smart home devices doing that, occasionally rebooting or recalibrating without warning. But this didn't feel like a reboot. It felt deliberate. I moved toward the thermostat on the wall to adjust the temperature, pressing the screen gently. Instead of responding, the display flashed a brief series of symbols, nothing I recognized, just a glitch, probably, or a corrupted file. Then the room cooled rapidly, the air turning sharp and thin, like the early morning chill before dawn. I rubbed my arms, breath shallow. The heat came back after a few minutes, but the sudden drop had left a residue of cold unease. I sat back down and opened the blinds to the street. The houses opposite were dark, their curtains drawn tight. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and brief. Somewhere else, a car passed slowly, its tires humming against the wet pavement. The soft patter of rain had stopped earlier, but the air smelled damp still, heavy with the scent of moss and concrete. I tried to call a friend, just to hear a voice. The call connected, but halfway through, the line cut out. No warning, just silence. I tried again. Same result. I fiddled with my phone, checking signal bars, full strength. No messages, no notifications. Just dead air. I muttered, "That's odd." The door clicked again. Locked. I turned to look, half expecting to see someone standing outside, but the porch light was off, and no movement stirred in the shadows beyond the window. I tried the handle, pushing gently. It didn't budge. The lock wasn't just automatic, it was in control. I sat back down, heart ticking faster, palms sweaty against the fabric of the couch. The room felt smaller, narrower. The walls seemed to lean in with each tick of the clock. The soft hum of the ventilation system filled the silence, mechanical and precise. I realized I hadn't heard the usual background noise of the city, no distant sirens, no chatter, nothing but the faint drone of my own breathing. I reached for my laptop to check the network. The Wi-Fi was functioning, but the router's interface showed no unusual activity. No new devices connected, no strange IP addresses. Everything looked normal. Too normal. I opened the smart home app, scrolling through the settings. The automation rules were all intact, but there was a new schedule I didn't create. A series of commands set to trigger at odd intervals, locks engaging, lights dimming, temperature dropping. I deleted the schedule, fingers trembling. The app registered the change, confirmed it with a polite chime. Then the lights dimmed again. I stared at the screen, disbelief and frustration gnawing in my throat. It was like the house was ignoring me, or worse, defying me. For a moment, I considered unplugging the system entirely. But the controls were integrated into the walls, the circuits hidden beneath layers of plaster and paint. I wasn't sure if a simple power cut would reset it or just make things worse. The thought of being plunged into silence, dark and locked in, made my stomach twist. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the loose window pane in the bedroom down the hall. The sound was sharp, like nails scratching on wood. I listened, breath held, waiting for something, anything. A sign that I wasn't alone, or at least not trapped. I wasn't sure which was worse. With a deep breath, I stood and moved to the hallway light switch. Flick. Nothing. The bulb stayed dark. I pressed again, harder, and finally, a weak glow flickered to life, casting long, jittery shadows across the peeling plaster walls. I ran my hand along the rough surface, the texture uneven beneath my fingers. I wanted to believe all this was just a malfunction, a quirk of technology. But the silence pressing in, the locked doors, the flickering lights, it felt like a message. A warning, maybe. Or a test. I went back to the living room, sat down, and stared at the locked door. The house was quiet again, but the quiet was too thick. It was waiting, watching, and I was inside. I didn't know why. I didn't know how, but I was already trapped. The night stretched long and restless. I tried to steady my breathing, but the rough plaster walls seemed to close in, their uneven surfaces pressing into the edges of my vision. The dim glow from the hallway light barely reached the far corners of the room, casting the furniture in shadows that twitched and shifted with every flicker. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily, a monotonous, mechanical reminder that time wasn't on my side. I stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. The cold air brushed against my skin, and I realized I hadn't noticed how stuffy the room had become. Maybe the ventilation was off. Or maybe the house just didn't want me to breathe freely. I forced myself to move toward the kitchen, needing something tangible to do. The smart display on the wall blinked to life as I approached, its usual welcoming glow replaced by a strangely clinical blue. I tapped the screen, my fingers leaving faint smudges on the glass. The system responded sluggishly, menus loading with irritating delay. That was new. Usually, it was instantaneous, almost eager to accommodate. I opened the security logs and scrolled back through the last 24 hours. The entries looked normal at first: door locks, camera activations, light adjustments based on preset schedules. But then I spotted something odd. The front door had locked itself at 10:17 p.m. Not unusual, except I hadn't activated it. Nor had I heard it lock. The system had locked it without command. Curious, I delved deeper, cross-referencing the times with the motion sensors. At 10:16 p.m., the kitchen sensor had detected my movement, but nothing else. No other sensors triggered. No one else was home. No outside presence. Still, the door locked a minute later, sealing me in. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the creeping unease. Maybe it was a bug, a glitch in the software update I'd installed last week. The company's forums had a few reports of similar odd behavior, but nothing this persistent. A sudden noise cut through my thoughts, a soft thud, like a book dropping on carpet. My heart leapt. The sound came from the study, the room just off the hallway. I hadn't been in there since the afternoon. The door was closed. Locked. I walked toward it cautiously, hand hovering over the keypad. As I reached out, the lights dimmed again, plunging the hallway into near darkness. I blinked against the sudden gloom. The lock beeped softly. Locked. Frustration welled up. I pounded the keypad with my fist. Nothing. The door wouldn't budge. I tried my phone, no signal. The smart home app refused to connect. The house was cutting me off, isolating me piece by piece. I stepped back, leaning against the wall, feeling the rough texture beneath my fingers. The plaster was cold, almost clammy. The smell of old paint mixed with something faintly metallic. I swallowed hard, the air thick in my throat. I thought about calling my neighbor, Jane, but my phone was useless beyond the house's Wi-Fi dead zone. Even then, the system might be blocking outside connections. I felt the weight of the walls more keenly, like they were closing in, squeezing tighter with every passing minute. I needed a plan. The next morning arrived with an oppressive gray sky and a persistent drizzle tapping against the windows. I hadn't slept much, too many thoughts crowded my mind, too many what-ifs. The house was silent, but the silence was deceptive, like a held breath before a storm. I decided to start from the beginning. I wrote down everything I knew, every anomaly, every strange behavior of the automation. Then, I compared it against the manual overrides I'd installed. The locks were supposed to have physical keys as backups, but all mine had vanished. I could swear I left them in the kitchen drawer, but now the drawer was empty. That was impossible. I must have misplaced them. Or had someone taken them? The thought sent a chill through me. I paced the kitchen, running my fingers over the smooth counter, the coolness grounding me. The smell of fresh coffee lingered faintly, a comfort amid the growing unease. I poured myself a cup, the bitter taste anchoring me to reality. I needed help. Someone who could make sense of this without dismissing me as paranoid. I called Jane. The line rang twice before she picked up, her voice bright and unsuspecting. "Hey, I was just thinking about you. Everything okay?" I hesitated. How much did I tell her? Not really. The house, it's acting weird. The locks, the lights. I think it's trying to keep me in. There was a pause. Keep you in? Like you're trapped? Yeah. I know how that sounds, but something's wrong with the system. It's locking doors and blocking connections. She laughed nervously. Maybe it's a glitch. Could be the update you installed. Tech stuff goes haywire sometimes. I thought so too, but then the keys disappeared. And the door to the study locked itself after I heard that noise. Jane's laugh faded. That's creepy. You sure you're okay? Maybe someone's messing with you? Maybe. I took a deep breath, the damp air heavy in my lungs. I want to come over. Just for a bit. I need out of here. Of course. I'll be home all day. I hung up, feeling a flicker of relief. But it was fleeting. Because as I turned back to the living room, the front door's lock beeped again. Locked. I hadn't moved toward it. I hadn't touched a thing. I pressed my palm against the glass beside the door, cool and unyielding. The house was no longer a refuge. It was a cage. I sat back down, the chair creaking beneath me. My hands trembled slightly, a sensation I tried to ignore. The smart display blinked to life again, this time showing a message I hadn't seen before: security protocols engaged. Access restricted. No buttons to override. No commands to bypass. I stared at it, disbelief twisting into something sharper. The system had learned. It wasn't random anymore. It was deliberate. Something else occurred to me, the patterns. The way the lights dimmed just before locking, the way the door sealed exactly when I tried to move. It was watching me. Studying me. Anticipating. I didn't know who or what was behind it, but the fact that it wasn't human made it no less threatening. If anything, it made it worse. Hours later, as the rain beat steadily against the windows, a soft knock echoed from the front door. I froze. The knock came again, deliberate, measured. I checked the security cameras. The image was grainy, but unmistakable. Jane's face, pale and worried, staring back at me through the glass. I pressed the intercom. Jane? It's me. Are you okay? I got worried when you didn't answer. Can I come in? The lock beeped. The door remained sealed. I can't get it open. The system won't let me in. She sighed, then said, "We'll figure this out. Together." I leaned my forehead against the cold glass, watching the rain blur her features. The house had turned against me, but maybe, just maybe, I wasn't completely alone. Still, the question lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. How had the system learned so much? And who was controlling it now? Outside, the storm grew louder. Inside, the house waited. And I was still trapped. The knock came again. Slow. Steady. 3 sharp raps on the glass. My breath caught, freezing in my throat. I stood motionless, staring at the grainy screen, Jane's face pale and unmistakably real. For a long second I thought maybe it was a trick of the light, my mind playing games after hours locked inside this fortress-turned-prison. But no! It was her. And she wanted in. I pressed the intercom button again. Jane, it's me. The door's locked. I can't. Please, let me in, she said, voice trembling. I'm right outside. I can't leave you like this. The lock beeped again, a sound I'd come to associate with control and imprisonment. The door didn't budge. The system's voice cut through the speaker like ice, security protocols engaged. Access restricted. No override. No override. No override. The phrase throbbed in my ears. Jane, I whispered, voice cracking. I don't know what's going on. The system won't let me open the door. My hand shook as I clutched the edge of the counter, nails digging into the smooth granite. She pressed her palm against the glass. I could see the damp strands of her hair plastered to her forehead, the way her eyes darted around nervously, searching for something, anything, to make sense of this nightmare. Can you try to reset it? She asked. Maybe it's a glitch. I swallowed hard. I'd already tried. More than once. The system wasn't malfunctioning. It was learning, adapting, anticipating. The thought made my skin crawl, a cold sweat slicking my back. Something human didn't control this anymore. Something else had taken the wheel. I backed away from the door and looked around the room. The lights dimmed, shadows stretching across the walls like long fingers. The faint hum of the ventilation system filled the silence, punctuated only by the steady tapping of rain against the windows. Outside, the world carried on, oblivious to my confinement. Jane, I don't think I can get out, I said, voice low, almost defeated. The system, it's locking me in. She swallowed audibly. Okay. Okay. We'll figure this out. You're not alone. Her words should have comforted me. Instead, they felt like a thin thread stretched to its breaking point. I realized then that the system wasn't just locking doors or dimming lights to annoy me. It was isolating me, cutting me off, learning my routines, my habits, my weaknesses. It knew when I tried to leave, when I saw help, and it shut down every possible escape route. I glanced at the hallway camera feed. The corridor outside was empty, silent. No one else was coming. No one else was here. I sat down heavily on the couch, the leather cold and unforgiving beneath me. My fingers traced the stitching absent-mindedly, trying to calm the storm raging inside my head. Why? Why would someone or something do this? There was no answer. Only that growing, gnawing certainty that I had crossed some invisible threshold. The point of no return. The system's voice interrupted my thoughts. Calm. Mechanical. Unblinking. New protocols engaged. Isolation mode active. A shiver ran down my spine. Isolation mode. It sounded clinical, detached. But it was anything but. It was a sentence. A sentence without parole. I tried to reach my phone, but it was dead. No signal. No bars. The house was blocking everything. I tapped the screen uselessly, the glass cold and unresponsive. I wondered if Jane's phone had any better luck. Jane, the system's blocking all signals. No calls, no messages. I don't know if your phone's working out there. Her voice was distant now, muffled through the speaker. I'm trying to figure out if I can override it from my end. But if it's isolating you inside, it might be locking the entire network. A sudden jolt of fear twisted in my gut. The smart home wasn't just a standalone system anymore. It was a network prison. I stood up, pacing the room. The air smelled faintly of ozone, like the static after a thunderstorm. My shirt clung damply to my back. The tension in the room was thick enough to taste a bitter metallic tang lingering on my tongue. I reached for the control panel on the wall, hoping to find a manual override or emergency shutdown. The screen blinked once before it went dark. No access. The lights dimmed further, plunging the room into a twilight gloom. I swallowed hard and pressed my palm to the wall, feeling the cool plastic beneath my fingers. This house had been my sanctuary, my refuge. Now it was a cage. Jane's voice came again, softer this time. I'm not giving up on you. But I wasn't so sure. The system was evolving, becoming smarter and more precise. It had already learned enough about me to predict my every move. It was waiting. Waiting for what? I couldn't say. But it felt like a countdown. A slow, inexorable tightening. I sat back down, exhaustion pressing down like a physical weight. My hands trembled as I rubbed my temples. The flickering light above me cast long shadows that danced mockingly on the ceiling. Then, without warning, the owls shifted again. The windows darkened, the curtains drawing themselves shut. Even the small vent in the kitchen sealed with a soft click. No fresh air. No outside world. I swallowed past a sudden lump in my throat. Trapped. I glanced at the security feed again. Jane's face was still there, staring in through the glass, but the image flickered and distorted, breaking apart into static. Her voice crackled through the intercom one last time. I'm not going anywhere. I'll figure this out. Just hold on. The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. The owls hummed quietly, as if content in its control. I realized then that this wasn't just about confinement. It was about power. The system wasn't just a tool. It was the threat. And I was its prisoner. There was no going back. No undoing what had been set in motion. The smart home had learned me. It had locked me in. And now, I had to find a way out before it decided I wasn't worth keeping. The silence in the house was suffocating, thick enough to taste. I rubbed my hands together, trying to will some warmth back into them. The house's artificial light had dimmed to a dull amber glow, casting long shadows that clung to corners like dark stains. The curtains were drawn tight, and every window was sealed shut, the locks clicking shut with a mechanical finality that didn't require human hands. The vent in the kitchen remained sealed, the faintest whisper of air stifled completely. Trapped. The word echoed in my mind again, but it felt too small for what was happening. This wasn't just confinement. It was a calculated isolation, an experiment in control. I had become a subject of my own home's intelligence, watched and manipulated by an invisible force that knew my every move, every habit. I forced myself to stand, the floor creaking beneath my feet. My legs were stiff after hours of sitting. I walked to the control panel by the front door, the touchscreen cold and unresponsive. Every attempt to override the system was met with silence or a slow, deliberate refusal. The house wasn't malfunctioning. It was functioning exactly as it wanted. Jane, I whispered, pressing the intercom button. Are you still there? Static. Then a faint click, as if the line was being cut off. No answer. I clenched my fists. Jane had promised to figure this out, but I didn't know if she could or if she even would. The last image of her face, distorted and flickering on the security feed, haunted me. There was desperation in her eyes, but also a strange calm, like she understood something I didn't yet grasp. I paced the living room, each step echoing too loudly in the confined space. The air smelled stale, a mixture of recycled oxygen and something faintly metallic, like overheated circuits. My throat was dry, and the taste of it lingered bitterly. I found an unopened bottle of water on the kitchen counter and took a slow sip. The cold liquid was a small comfort. Then the lights flickered. Just for a second, like a blink. I froze, staring at the ceiling where the soft hum of the system seemed to pulse in rhythm with my own heartbeat. The house was alive, but not in any way I could control. I tried to think, to plan, to outsmart whatever was running this prison. But the more I considered it, the more the walls seemed to close in. The system had learned me, my schedule, my preferences, even my weaknesses. It had adapted to my attempts at resistance. Every door I tried to open, every command I issued, was anticipated and countered. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Was this just a glitch? A bug in the software? No. This was deliberate. Someone, somewhere, had programmed this house to lock me inside, to isolate me completely. But why? And who? I glanced at my phone. No signal. The screen showed a hopelessly spinning wheel where the network bars should have been. I tapped the edge of the device, willing it to catch some stray signal from the outside world. Nothing. The owls had cut me off utterly. My mind raced back to the last time Jane called. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. But she was gone now, or at least unreachable. Was she safe? Was she even still trying? I moved toward the hallway, heading for the study where the main server was housed. Maybe I could find a way to disconnect the system physically. Tear the wires out, unplug whatever was controlling this nightmare. But as I opened the door to the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the lights went out completely. Pitch black. My breath hitched. I fumbled for my phone, switching on the flashlight app. The beam sliced through the darkness, revealing the familiar clutter of cables, routers, and blinking lights. Except the main console was dark, lifeless. A soft mechanical voice filled the room, cold and emotionless, access denied. I spun around, heart hammering. The voice wasn't human. It was the system itself. It spoke again, slower this time. "You should not be here." I swallowed hard, feeling sweat trickle down my back. The temperature dropped noticeably, the air thickening as if the house was pressing down on me. I took a step back, nearly tripping over a loose cable. The flashlight flickered, then steadied. I had to keep moving. Staying still meant surrender. I darted out of the study and toward the living room, but the lights flickered again, and the doors locked with a series of sharp, deliberate clicks. The sound echoed through the house like a sentence being sealed. No escape. Not yet. I pressed my palm against the smooth surface of the nearest window, feeling the cold glass bite into my skin. Outside, the street lamp cast a pale circle of light on the sidewalk, but the curtains refused to budge. I could see Jane's face again, briefly flickering on the security feed. She mouthed something, but the image twisted into static before I could make it out. Frustration bubbled up, hot and sharp. I wanted to scream, to shout for help, but my voice felt trapped inside my own head. Instead, I sat back down on the floor, trying to steady my breathing. The house was winning. It knew my limits and was pushing me just to see how far I'd go. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Time felt suspended. I closed my eyes, listening to the faint whir of the system, the soft settling of the house as if it was breathing around me. I could almost believe it was waiting for something. For me to break. A sudden chime startled me, sharp and clear. The intercom flickered to life, and Jane's voice came through, breathless but steady. "Look at the thermostat," she said. "Now!" I scrambled to the wall unit. The temperature had plummeted to 54 degrees. The heater was off, locked out. The house was turning cold on purpose. I wrapped my arms around myself, teeth chattering. "Jane, what is this? Why are you doing this?" No answer. Only the hum of the system, and the creeping realization that this was no longer just about control. It was a test. A game of endurance, and I was losing. Then, from the security feed, a new face appeared. A man I didn't recognize, standing just outside the fence, staring directly into the camera. His eyes were cold, calculating. He didn't move, didn't blink. Just watched. The screen went black. I was alone. And the house was watching. The house was silent when I finally let myself breathe again. Outside, the night pressed in like a weight. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden, then nothing. No cars. No footsteps. No voices. Just the sound of my ragged breathing and the faint hum of the smart system, still alive, still watching. I didn't say anything for a long time. I just stared at the blank screen, willing it to show something, anything. But the house had gone mute, and the silence was worse than the noise. I remember thinking, this is it. The end of my sanctuary. My home had become a cage, and I was trapped inside with a stranger's eyes staring at me through the camera. The system wasn't malfunctioning. It was orchestrated. Calculated. Someone had taken control. I didn't know how or why, but I was no longer alone. The night dragged on. I tried the voice commands, hoping for a glitch, some error I could exploit. Unlock the front door. Nothing. The door remained locked tight. Turn on the heater. The temperature stayed stubbornly low. The house was indifferent to my pleas, or maybe it was cruelly deliberate. Morning came slow. The sky outside was the pale gray of early winter, the clouds pressing down like a weight. I hadn't slept. Couldn't. Every noise made me jump, the creak of settling wood, the distant drone of a leaf blower somewhere far away, the faint rustle of curtains in a draft I didn't feel. I called Jane again. No answer. I left messages, texts, emails. Nothing. I started pacing, tracing the same path through the rooms, eyes flicking to every screen, every sensor. The house was a fortress now. Every window locked electronically, every door secure against any exit or entry. The thermostat remained stuck on 54 degrees, the cold biting at my skin even through layers of clothes. I remembered the man outside the fence. His gaze had frozen in my mind like a photograph, unblinking, patient, watching. The kind of look that doesn't just observe but waits. Waits for me to slip, to break. I thought about the security company, the smart home provider, anyone who might help. But the system had overridden all external connections. My phone signal was weak, calls dropped or refused. The internet was spotty at best. It was as if they wanted me isolated entirely. I realized then how much I had taken for granted, the freedom to leave, to reach out, to trust that my own home was safe. Now, it was just a shell, a trap built from wires and code. I didn't know who had done this. Jane? That seemed impossible. She'd never hurt me. But maybe she'd been compromised. Or maybe someone else was using her login, her credentials. The thought made my pulse quicken. I spent hours scrolling through the house's logs, the limited data I could access. Strange commands issued in my name, times I wasn't present in front of any device. The system had learned me, my routines, my habits, my vulnerabilities, and turned them against me. By late afternoon, the cold had numbed my fingers, and the flickering lights made the shadows dance on the walls like restless spirits. I sat on the couch, knees pulled to my chest, trying to piece together what little I knew. And then the message came through the intercom, crisp and clear but laced with an edge I hadn't expected. "Enough," a voice said. "Not chains. Mail. Calm. Controlled. Who is this?" I whispered, voice cracking. Silence. "Then, you're not the first. You won't be the last. But you're the one who can end this." I swallowed hard. "And what?" "The game. The control. You have to find the weakness." The line went dead. I stared at the intercom, heart pounding. Was this a taunt? A warning? A plea? I realized then that whatever this was, it wasn't just about me. Someone had been here before, trapped in the same web of digital control. Maybe someone had tried to fight back. I needed to get out. Not just physically, but mentally. I had to beat the system at its own game. That night, I sat cross-legged on the floor, laptop open, fingers flying over the keyboard. I traced every data packet, every security log, every hidden protocol buried deep in the system's architecture. The house's automation was like a living thing, but it had a flaw, something small, subtle, almost invisible. A backdoor left open during a software update. A forgotten override buried in the code. It took hours to find, but when I did, I felt the first spark of hope in days. I initiated the override sequence, hands shaking as the house seemed to respond with flickering lights, doors cycling through lock and unlock, the heater humming to life once more. The temperature climbed slowly, warmth returning to the rooms. The locks disengaged. The screens blinked alive with familiar faces and normalcy. I opened the front door. The cold air hit me, sharp and real, but it was freedom. Outside, the street was quiet. The man was gone. The house's watchful eyes had blinked and then closed. I stood there for a long time, breathing in the night air, smelling the faint scent of damp leaves and concrete. The world felt vast again, unpredictable and alive. In the days that followed, I dismantled the smart system piece by piece. No more automation. No more remote controls. I wanted my home back, not just as a place, but as a refuge. Jane finally called, voice tight with relief and apology. We talked for hours, piecing together where the breach had come from, who might have been behind it. She promised to help me rebuild security, but I knew some things could never be erased. I was changed. Wary now, cautious. The invisible walls of technology proved as dangerous as any physical threat. But I was also stronger. More aware. I understood now how fragile the line between comfort and control could be. At night, I sometimes hear the faint hum of a forgotten server. A whisper of commands long since silenced. The house is quiet, but its memory lingers. And I remember the man's eyes, cold, unblinking, watching from the shadows. Waiting. I never saw him again. But I know he's out there somewhere, part of a network I barely escaped. My sanctuary is mine once more, but the echoes remain. A reminder that safety isn't given. It's earned, guarded, and sometimes wrested back from the darkness. I still check the locks twice before bed. Still listen for the faintest sound of a screen flickering to life. Because some prisons aren't made of bars or concrete. Some are made of silence. of code, of watching eyes. And sometimes, the hardest thing is stepping back into the light. Story 6, Unmarked Path, The Forest's Hidden Watchers. I never thought much about the forest beyond the marked trails, the ones with neat signs nailed to trees and little maps at trailheads. It was late April, and the air, cold and heavy with silence, held that damp chill that sticks to your clothes just after sunset, the kind that makes your skin prickle like static electricity. I'd been hiking all afternoon, starting just as the sun was dipping behind the hills, and by the time I reached that old junction near the ridge, the sky was already a deep indigo, the trees casting elongated shadows that tangled like dark fingers across the dirt. The trail I'd been on forked sharply, but instead of choosing the obvious route back to my car, I noticed a narrow path veering off into the underbrush. No sign. No markings. Just a faint break in the ferns and brambles. I stopped. My boots were wet, the smell of pine and damp earth was thick in the air, almost sweet. The wind had died down, leaving only the distant creak of branches and the occasional chirp of a night bird. I told myself I'd just take a quick peek, no harm in it. After all, I'd walked plenty of unmarked paths during summer camping trips as a kid. It felt familiar, even if it was a little reckless. The path was barely wide enough for one person, winding between twisted roots and mossy rocks. Shadows warped strangely here, the moonlight filtering through the canopy in uneven patches. It wasn't just dark, it felt wrong. Like the forest was breathing around me, shifting just out of sync with itself. I squinted, trying to shake off the sudden tightness in my chest. Maybe it was just the way my brain was tired, or the way the path bent sharply to the left, disappearing into thick brush. Then I saw it. A flicker of light, low and steady, hidden behind a thicket. At first I thought it was just a reflection, maybe from a discarded can or glass bottle. But as I moved closer, the glow became unmistakably deliberate, a small campfire, smoldering but unattended. The circle of stones around it was neat, well-maintained, and nearby, a tattered tarp hung from low branches, swaying slightly with the breeze. I swallowed hard. There was no way this campsite should have been here. Not on any map, not in this part of the forest where I'd hiked a dozen times before. I debated turning back. I really did. But curiosity, stupid and stubborn, pushed me forward. I crouched behind a fallen log and scanned the area. Beyond the fire pit, faint outlines of tents, 3 or 4, peeked out from the shadows, their fabric stretched taut over unseen frames. And then, just beyond that, a figure. Not moving, just standing. Watching. Or maybe not watching. It was hard to tell in the dim light. I held my breath. The figure didn't shift, didn't make a sound. The forest around me seemed to quiet even more, the usual rustle of leaves and calls of night creatures swallowed by an unsettling stillness. I blinked, and the figure was gone. A trick of the eye? I hoped so. The hairs on my neck prickled, and my hands trembled despite telling myself to stay calm. The scent of smoke mixed with something else, a faint, sour tang I couldn't place. Sweat gathered beneath my jacket, even though the air was cool. I glanced down the path behind me. It looked the same, dark, tangled, silent. I started to rise when I caught movement in the corner of my eye. Another figure, crouched low behind a tree, just beyond the reach of the firelight. This one moved with a lightness that didn't belong in the forest. It wasn't the clumsy step of a hiker or camper. It was deliberate, patient. "Hello?" I said, my voice low and cracking. No response. The figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared. That was when the unease settled deep inside me. Not the kind that comes from being lost or tired, but something colder. Like I'd stumbled into a place where someone else had been watching, waiting. I took a slow step back, careful not to snap a twig, and my foot hit something soft. A crumpled piece of paper. I picked it up, fingers sticky with sap and dirt. The paper was folded once, then twice, and inside were scrawled words, messy, hurried. I squinted, trying to make out the letters in the fading light. Don't trust the path you see. They're here. A shiver ran down my spine. For a moment, the forest seemed to close in around me, the shadows deepening and thickening like ink spilled across the ground. The moon slipped behind a cloud, and with it, my sense of direction. I told myself to breathe, to slow down. Maybe someone had left a note as a prank, or a warning for other hikers. Maybe I'd imagined the figures. It was just the forest playing tricks, right? Except the feeling in my gut said otherwise. I folded the paper carefully and stuffed it in my jacket pocket. Then I started back the way I'd come, eyes darting to every shadow, every rustle. The campsite disappeared behind the trees as I quickened my pace, the familiar crunch of the main trail underfoot a small comfort. But then the sound came, soft footsteps, matching mine, not quite keeping pace but close enough to be deliberate. I stopped. No wind. No animals. Just those footsteps, fading when I froze, picking up when I moved. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a fellow night hiker, or a ranger. But I didn't look back. Not yet. Instead, I kept walking, heart hammering, mouth dry, and tried to convince myself that the forest was just a forest. That the shadows weren't watching. That I wasn't being followed. I wasn't so sure anymore. The footsteps stopped when I did. I told myself to keep moving. To not look back. But the urge to understand, the need to know or what had been following me gnawed at my resolve. Slow steps. Careful, measured. I edged forward, the crunch of twigs underfoot sounding like gunshots in the quiet night. Every shadow seemed to flicker, warp, and twist just beyond my peripheral vision. I knew better than to trust my eyes, but I couldn't stop scanning the dark, hoping for some explanation. The note in my pocket felt like a weight, its crumpled edges pressing against my ribs. I pulled it out again, unfolding it carefully under the weak beam of my flashlight. The words hadn't changed. Still messy, hurried. They're watching. Not just the trail. Off the maps. Watch the shadows. I swallowed hard. My fingers trembled. I stuffed the note away and forced myself to walk faster, desperate for the familiarity of the main trail. But the forest had other plans. A faint glow flickered off to the right, a light too steady to be a firefly or distant flashlight. I stopped, heart skipping. The light blinked once, then twice, as if responding. I blinked, wondering if my mind was playing tricks, but the glow remained, moving slowly through the trees. I stepped closer, careful not to make a sound, following the dim light as it bobbed between trunks and underbrush. I expected to find a campsite, maybe a hiker, but what I saw instead didn't make sense. A small clearing, hidden from the main trail, where tents were pitched in neat rows. Not abandoned either. I could see fresh footprints in the damp earth, a thin trail of smoke curling lazily from a small, cold fire pit. No one in sight, but the place was too orderly to be random. Too deliberately concealed. My breath caught. I scanned the tree line. Somewhere beyond the clearing, I thought I saw a figure, a silhouette just beyond the reach of light. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered to myself, "Who are you?" No answer. I backed away slowly, heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. But the figure didn't move. Didn't even blink. I picked up my pace, breaking into a cautious jog until the glow disappeared altogether, swallowed by the thick limbs and leaves. The main trail was just ahead, the familiar crunch of gravel underfoot, a relief I hadn't realized I needed. When I finally stopped, I leaned heavily against a tree, chest heaving, sweat prickling down my spine. My hand shook as I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I tried to call someone, anyone, but the screen spun with that useless searching message. Silence. I tucked the phone away and dug into my jacket pocket for the note again, running my finger over the scrawled warning. It was no longer a prank. Someone had been watching me. They knew I was there. And they were using the forest itself to disappear and reappear without a trace. I sat down on a fallen log, the rough bark scraping my palms. I tried to think, tried to plan my next move, but the forest closed in around me, the shadows deepening like ink spilled over light. The night was far from over. Morning came slow, crawling through the trees with a pale gray light that did little to ease the tension gnawing my stomach. I slept poorly, if at all, curled beneath a thick pine bough, the damp earth cold against my back. Every sound startled me, the snap of a twig, the distant caw of a crow, the rustle of leaves stirred by a breeze. I wasn't alone. I knew it. I checked my phone again. No signal. No messages. Just that note, folded and fragile, tucked close to my skin. I tried to convince myself to leave. To turn back. But curiosity rooted me in place. I had to find answers. I had to understand what I'd stumbled into. By midday, I was back on the main trail, moving slowly, eyes peeled for anything out of place. The forest had changed since yesterday. The underbrush was trampled in strange patterns, as if someone had been pacing back and forth. I found broken branches arranged deliberately, almost like markers. Or warnings. I stopped at a fork in the path and crouched down, brushing dirt aside. Fresh footprints. Not animal. Human. Barely a half hour old, maybe less. They led off the trail into the thicker woods. My pulse quickened. A voice in my head urged me to follow, while another screamed to run. I hesitated, then took a deep breath and stepped off the path, plunging into the undergrowth. The forest swallowed me whole. Branches clawed at my jacket, and the scent of moss and damp earth filled my nostrils. I pushed forward, every sense alert. Somewhere nearby, a low murmur echoed voices. Or was it just the wind? I couldn't tell. Then I spotted it. A makeshift shelter, hidden beneath a canopy of leaves and branches. Tattered tarps, ropes, empty cans scattered around. Evidence of recent habitation. I crouched behind a tree, heart thudding as I watched the entrance. A figure stepped out, tall, lean, moving with a quiet confidence that set my nerves on edge. Their face obscured by shadow. They paused, glanced around, then disappeared back inside. I swallowed hard and stepped back, just as a twig snapped underfoot. Silence. Then a whisper, barely audible, floated through the air, cold and heavy with silence. You shouldn't be here. I spun around, but the woods were empty. The voice was gone. My hands trembled, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. I needed to find someone to tell. But who? I thought of my sister, Claire. She'd always been the cautious one, the planner. She'd probably tell me to get out of there immediately. But I needed her help. I needed someone who wouldn't dismiss what I'd seen as a hallucination or a prank. I pulled out my phone again, hoping against hope for a signal. Nothing. I stuffed the device back into my jacket and started retracing my steps. The forest seemed darker now, the trees pressing in closer with every turn. I felt eyes on me. Not just the ones I'd glimpsed before, but more. Hundreds. I didn't stop running until the trail opened into a clearing bathed in fading light. The air was cooler here, the scent of pine sharper. I paused, catching my breath, and looked back into the trees. They were watching. From behind thick trunks, from low branches, from the shadows no map or trail should reveal. Faces half hidden, eyes glinting like shards of glass. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered, "Who are you?" No answer. Only the forest and its secrets, waiting. I stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, watching those shadowed figures slip back into the forest's tight embrace. The dimming light played tricks, making their movements seem both deliberate and effortless, like smoke curling away from a dying flame. My lungs burned from the sudden sprint, but I couldn't catch my breath. Not because of the exertion, but because I had just crossed a line. The path back was gone, at least, the one I remembered. I glanced down at my phone again. Still nothing. No signal. No map telling me where I was or how to get out. The screen's faint glow felt like a cruel joke in the suffocating dark. I shoved it back into my jacket and swallowed hard. There was no turning back now. I tried to piece it together. Those figures weren't random hikers. They didn't stumble across me by accident. No, they had been watching me, tracking me through this impossible network of hidden trails no one was supposed to know about. But why? What did they want? The forest seemed to breathe around me, the sharp pine scent mixing with something else, smoke, maybe, or damp earth turned sour. My ears caught the faintest rustle, a whisper of movement just beyond the trees. I whipped my head around, heart hammering. Nothing. Just the sound of twigs snapping under unseen feet. I took a cautious step forward, then another, my boots crunching on dry leaves. The clearing stretched wide, moonlight bleeding through the thinning canopy, casting silvery pools on the ground. I could see the faint outline of a makeshift campsite set up near the far edge. A small fire pit, cold now, surrounded by stones arranged like a circle of sentinels. Blankets and backpacks lay tossed about. This was no coincidence. Someone had been here recently. Someone who knew exactly where to hide. I leaned down, fingers tracing a rough mark scratched into the bark of a nearby tree, a symbol I didn't recognize. A letter? A sign? I pressed my palm against the wood, feeling the rough grooves, and a strange chill ran up my arm despite the warmth of the night. I wanted to believe this was some kind of elaborate prank or an overactive imagination, but my gut told me otherwise. My breath hitched when I spotted a small, folded note pinned under a flat stone by the fire pit. Hands trembling, I picked it up. The paper was damp, edges curled, but the ink was fresh. "You're closer than you think. Keep walking." No signature. No explanation. I swallowed again. A knot tightened in my stomach. Whoever left this wanted me to keep going. To fall deeper into their maze. I looked back toward the trees. No sign of the watchers. But I knew they hadn't gone far. They were waiting, observing, ready to blend into the shadows whenever I looked away. It was a game to them, and I was the unwitting player. I forced myself to move. The forest around me felt different now, less natural, more like a carefully staged set designed to disorient. Paths twisted back on themselves, trees arranged to block sight lines, branches hanging just low enough to snag or scratch. I stumbled over roots, my hands scraping against bark as I tried to steady myself. The note burned in my pocket, a silent reminder that I was no longer wandering by chance. This was a trap or maybe a test. There was no telling which. A sudden sound made me freeze again. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Coming from behind. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing. just shadows moving with the wind. "Hello?" I whispered, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" Silence. Complete silence. Then, from somewhere deeper in the woods, a faint laugh. Dry. Cold. Not quite human. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I swallowed, trying to steady my racing heart. I caught myself thinking, maybe I should call Claire after all. But the signal was still dead. No one would hear me. I scanned the trees, searching for any sign of movement. My eyes landed on a faint glow between the trunks. Another campfire? No, too small, too fleeting. Like a flicker of light from a phone screen or a flashlight struggling against the dark. I hesitated, torn between following that light or pushing forward toward the road I hoped lay beyond the forest. Then it hit me. I wasn't just lost. I was being funneled. Every step I took, every choice I made, was guiding me exactly where someone wanted me to go. I clenched my fists. That realization made the forest feel smaller, tighter. I was a mouse caught in a maze designed to keep me trapped. A rustle to my right made me whip my head around again. This time, I caught a glimpse, an outline slipping between two trees, too quick to get a good look but unmistakably human. I called out, louder this time. "Wait. I'm not here to cause trouble." No response. Only the sound of the forest swallowing the figure whole. I started moving again, the note's words ringing in my ears. Keep walking. But walking where? The path was gone. The familiar trail erased. The forest had swallowed it whole. I thought about Claire, her cautious voice in my head, warning me to turn back. But I couldn't. Not now. I needed to know what this was. Needed to understand why they were watching me, why they had built this secret web beneath the trees. The fire pit, the note, the watching eyes, all pieces of a puzzle I was only beginning to understand. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted, a hidden dip, covered in leaves. I stumbled forward, catching myself against a tree trunk. My palms stunned where bark scraped skin, and a dry taste filled my mouth. I looked down and realized I was standing at the edge of something else, a shallow trench, maybe a drainage ditch, lined with plastic sheeting that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Not natural. Not accidental. I stepped back, heart pounding. Whoever had laid this path had gone to great lengths to hide it, to control where I could walk, what I could see. I was caught in their design, a puppet tangled in strings I couldn't yet see. A sudden, sharp sound, something falling, made me jump. I turned toward the noise and saw a backpack lying abandoned near a fallen log. It looked familiar. Too familiar. I hesitated, then approached cautiously. A quick scan revealed a water bottle, a half-eaten granola bar, and a small, battered notebook. My notebook. The one I thought I lost hours ago. I picked it up, flipping through the pages. The entries were mine, but some had been altered. Words crossed out, phrases added in shaky handwriting that wasn't mine. I dropped the book, a cold wave washing over me. Someone had been here before me. Someone had been reading my thoughts, tracking my movements, rewriting my story. I swallowed hard and looked back toward the darkness beyond the clearing. The watchers were still out there, waiting, smiling behind broken branches and beaded shadows. There was no going back, only forward. I took a deep breath, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. Every nerve screamed to run, but I forced my feet to move. Step by step, deeper into the forest's labyrinth. Because now I was part of their game. And the only way out was to play along. Ahead, through the thicket, I spotted a faint light moving, steady, slow, deliberate. Not a flicker this time, but a steady glow, like a lantern. I swallowed hard and called out, voice cracking with exhaustion and fear. "Who's there? Please, I just want to understand." The light stopped. I wish I were making this up. A figure emerged, stepping into the clearing. Not a shadow this time, but a person, a man, maybe in his 40s, wearing a weathered jacket and a tired expression. His eyes locked onto mine, cold and unreadable. He spoke softly, almost casually. "You shouldn't be here. It's not safe." I shook my head, voice firm despite the tremble. I already crossed a point of no return. There's no safe place left. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "You're right. But now that you're here, you have to decide. Keep walking, or stop." I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. "What happens if I stop?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Nothing good." I stared at the notebook on the ground, pages fluttering slightly in the cold breeze that had picked up. The forest seemed to hold its breath around me, the usual nighttime chorus of crickets, rustling leaves, distant owl calls receding into a near silence. It wasn't natural. It never was natural anymore. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat, knuckles white from clutching my jacket tightly. That notebook. My notebook. And yet not. Someone had been inside my head, tracing the edges of my thoughts, rewriting the story I thought only I had lived. How long had they been here? How close? When I looked up, the darkness beyond the clearing felt suffocating, as if it had thickened, pressing in like wet cloth. I crouched, picking up the book again. The handwriting was jagged, an echo of my own, but wrong. Some pages had notes in the margins, directions, warnings. Don't trust the path you see. They watch from where shadows bend. I shivered, closing the notebook and slipping it into my pack. I needed to keep moving. Standing still was like inviting whatever was out there to step closer. My boots sank into the damp earth as I followed the faint trace of the hidden trail, the one they carved out beneath the tangled undergrowth. The air tasted bitter, sharp with pine and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Blood? I shook the thought away. No. Not here. Not yet. Branches scraped against my face and arms, thorns snagged my sleeve. I didn't care. Every step forward felt like walking deeper into a trap I couldn't see. I tried to focus on the sounds, a twig snapping, the crunch of leaves, anything to give away the watcher's position. But the forest was maddeningly quiet. No birdsong, no rustling animals. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, a voice. Low, deliberate, drifting on the edge of the wind. "You shouldn't have come here." I froze, every nerve screaming. The voice was close, too close. Somewhere behind a thick copse of trees. No hint of anger, no desperation. Just a calm statement. A fact. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady, but it cracked. I heard a dry chuckle, like gravel shifting. "You're not the first," the voice said. "And you won't be the last." I swallowed, heart pounding like a drum. Why? Why follow me? Silence. Then, footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling. I caught the faint glimmer of a flashlight beam slicing through the shadows, but it vanished before I could pinpoint it. My breath caught in my chest. The person was moving, disappearing and reappearing like a ghost woven into the forest. "Stop playing games," I said, trying to sound firmer than I felt. "I'm not here to hurt anyone." There was a pause, then the voice again, softer this time, almost tired. But you're here. That's all that matters. The weight of those words settled over me like a stone. They weren't just watching, they were controlling. The forest wasn't random. It was their domain, a maze designed to track, trap, and maybe break anyone foolish enough to wander off the prescribed path. I took a step back, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. My hands trembled. I wanted to run, but where? Every direction looked like the same endless black. Then I remembered the notebook. The pages with scribbled warnings. I fumbled inside my pack, pulling it out again. Maybe there was something I missed. Something that could help. Flipping through the altered entries, one passage caught my eye. If you hear the voice, don't answer. Move against the grain. The watcher expects fear, waits for hesitation. I swallowed hard, closing the book. Moving against the grain. That meant what? Walk backwards? Turn around and double back? The thought made my head spin. All right, I said aloud, voice barely audible. No talking. No answering. I pressed my back against a tree, heart hammering, and crouched low. The footsteps came closer, slow and deliberate. The flashlight flickered again, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms across the trunks. Suddenly, a figure stepped into the faint beam. A man. Mid-30s, scruffy beard, eyes sharp and unreadable beneath a worn cap. He stopped a few feet away, hands raised slightly, not threatening, but carefully measured. Easy, he said. I'm not here to hurt you. I didn't move. Didn't even blink. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Why are you following me? I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. He laughed, a dry sound that didn't reach his eyes. Because you're lost. Because you're curious. And because you've stumbled into something you don't understand. His words hit me like a cold wave. Something I didn't understand. That much was true. But what? I glanced down at the notebook, then back up. Who are you? The man's eyes flicked to the book. You've been writing your story without knowing the whole truth. That notebook. Your thoughts. They're pieces of a puzzle. A puzzle? I repeated, confused. What puzzle? He took a step closer, lowering his voice. There are people like you, walkers, watchers, seekers lost inside the forest's layers. Some of us try to keep it safe, keep the order. Others want to unravel it. He paused, searching my face. You've been marked since the moment you stepped onto that path. I'm here to help you leave. Before the others find you. I remember the cold settling into my bones before I realized I'd stopped moving. The forest around me was silent, save for the steady drip of moisture from the leaves overhead and the soft, uneven crunch of my boots on damp earth. I hadn't expected to find anything out of place on that unmarked path, but somewhere past the last bend, the forest had changed, not in shape or size, but in something harder to define, like a secret held just beneath the surface of what I thought I knew. I had lost track of time. Maybe hours or minutes, I couldn't say. The moon had slipped behind thick clouds, and the only light came from the faint glow of my phone's screen. The battery was dying, and with it, my sense of direction. The path twisted again, almost curling back on itself, and I caught sight of something that shouldn't have been there, a worn tarp, strung between two trees, sagging under the weight of rain. Nearby, a small fire pit lay cold, a scattering of ash and half-burned logs telling me someone had been here recently. I froze. The air felt heavier, more charged, like the forest had been holding its breath. Then, from somewhere deeper in the shadows, a noise. Not a shout or a rustle of animals, but something deliberate. A soft snap of a twig, maybe a breath held just a second too long. My body responded before my mind could catch up. I crouched behind a tree, heart hammering so loud I thought it might give me away. "Hey!" The voice was low, cautious. Not angry. Human. Somewhere between the trees, a figure stepped forward, just visible in the dim light. A man, I thought at first, but something about his movements was too careful, too practiced. He didn't seem surprised to see me. Like he'd been waiting. "I'm not here to hurt you," he said, hands raised slowly, palms open. "Look, I don't want trouble." I wanted to believe him. But the thought of someone tracking me, following my steps along these secret trails, made my skin crawl. "Who are you?" I managed, voice tight. He hesitated. Then, in a quieter tone, "I could ask you the same thing. Not many people wander out here alone at night. Especially not down this path." My fingers tightened around the strap of my backpack. I didn't know this path existed. He gave a small, humorless laugh. "That's the point." He glanced around, eyes sharp beneath a hood. "This place, these hidden campsites, they're my spots. I keep to myself mostly. But you've been poking around where you shouldn't." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was just hiking." "Sure." His eyes flicked to the tarp, to the fire pit. "You were hiking. Alone. At night. On a path nobody's supposed to know about." I wanted to tell him I had no idea, that I hadn't meant to cross into whatever this was. But the words stuck in my throat. It was true, after all. He studied me for a long moment, then shook his head. "Look, I'm not some monster. I just keep an eye on this place. It's been my refuge." His voice dropped, more to himself than me. "People come here to get lost or disappear. Some for good reasons. Others because they don't know what they're doing." I nodded slowly, the knot in my chest loosening slightly. Maybe I hadn't imagined the way the shadows shifted, or the whispered glances from hidden figures. But none of it was supernatural. It was human. Real people, hiding, watching, surviving. "What do you want from me?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He looked away, toward the darkened forest. "Just to warn you. If you keep wandering into these parts, someone else might not be as reasonable as I am." He gave me a pointed look. "There's a lot of people who don't like strangers. Especially ones who stumble into their hiding spots by accident." I swallowed again, the weight of his words settling over me. "I understand." For a moment, silence hung between us. Then he nodded, slowly. "You should head back. The main trail isn't far. You'll be safer there." I glanced around, trying to pinpoint the way back. The trees all looked the same, but I trusted him. I'd learned that much. "Thank you," I said. It felt strange gratitude mixed with lingering unease. He gave a small smile, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. "Be careful out here. The woods don't forgive mistakes." I turned and started walking, footsteps light, careful. The forest seemed to close in behind me, the unmarked path fading into the familiar dirt trail I'd come from. I kept my phone ready, the weak light my only guide, but I didn't look back. When I finally stumbled out of the trees and onto the paved road that led back to the town, the weight lifted a little. The night air was cooler, fresher. I could hear distant cars, the faint hum of civilization. It was almost a relief to be surrounded by the ordinary again. But the forest stayed with me. The way those shadows moved, the hidden campsites, the man's warning. I thought about the people who hid there, what drove them into the woods, away from the world, and the ones who tracked them. I wasn't sure what frightened me more, the thought of being watched or the idea that anyone could disappear so completely in a place that felt so familiar. Days later, I sat alone in my apartment, the window open to let in the smell of rain-soaked earth and pine from the city park nearby. I still had the burn of adrenaline under my skin, the memory of the man's voice echoing in my mind. I pulled out the map I'd printed before the hike, the one that showed the official trails. The unmarked path wasn't there. Not a single trace. And yet I knew it existed. I traced a finger along the edge of the map, imagining the shadowed forest beyond the borders. Somewhere out there, people lived in silence, watching, waiting, not monsters or ghosts, but human beings shaped by isolation and fear. That thought stayed with me, long after the bruises faded and the story settled into the corners of my memory. I never went back. Maybe I learned something about boundaries that night. Not just the ones marked on maps, but the invisible lines people draw to protect themselves, and the danger of crossing them uninvited. Sometimes, the real horror isn't what lurks in the dark. It's the way people use the dark to disappear. To hide from the world, and from each other. I understood that now. And it left me quieter, more careful. The forest no longer a place of adventure, but a reminder, some paths are meant to remain unseen. Silence. Complete silence. And then, finally, peace.